Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Pomnishi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Bolgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1E4 based on 1E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Mostly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. After the rest day, it is high time to resume Tata Steel activities. Today, round number 5 will be played with some exciting matchups. Shankland, Dubov, Grandelius, Carlsen, Esipenko, Caruana. Others can't wait to see how it all unfolds and can't wait to talk to Mr. Svidler again. Peter, how are you today?
Doing fine. Yeah, rest day was not particularly restful. I feel a lot more alive today than I did yesterday somehow. And yeah,
it was restful, no? Wasn't it restful then?
Not very, no. But some results were achieved anyway. There were some productive things being done, such as hashtag LN40 or whatever. I mean, probably not hashtag, just LN40. We're going to be using LN40 for a vast majority of the day now. Congrats to them.
Yeah, we lost the team battle, and I don't want to point any fingers, but it was all Mr. Dodgy's fault. Like, he broke the team's spirit, playing 1b3, then some g4, losing. Yeah, pretty directly, without putting up any sort of fight against a lower-rated opponent. It's hard to come back from that. But as I said, no finger pointing. Thanks to everyone who participated. Go join Team Ellen for the upcoming rounds. We shall see what happens today. Magnus Carlsen with the black piece against Niels Grandelius. He's saying, you know what? No e45, Niels. You have half a point out of 4. I must Sicilian.
Indeed, yeah. And every round I actually try to prepare some stats for the use on the show, and then we just never use them because probably I never mentioned that I have them. But from my understanding, so far between Niels and Magnus, the equation is extremely simple. Magnus wins the games where he plays the white pieces, and so far all the games where Niels had white were drawn. So yeah, with a half a point out of 4 before the rest day, I think Magnus probably has some ideas about that.
And he plays e6. Depends. How do you call this? The Taimanov, the Khan, the Paulsen. What do you call it?
I mean, I think they're all Paulsen. It's just the division of things inside the Paulsen, or at least that would be my understanding. But I have a feeling I could be wrong on this. My command of the opening names in English is horrendous. I think that
in German it's Paulsen, and Taimanov is only if you play some knight g7, which no one ever does anymore. But I think in English people call it Taimanov, no? Like this knight
c6. And interestingly, in my opinion, the Taimanov is like queen c7 and not knight g7. The like e6, knight c6, and then maybe a6 or queen c7. Those I would maybe call Taimanov, even though, yeah, in Russian the entire thing is just the Paulsen, and nobody really calls it anything else.
Yeah, we call it the Paulsen, unless there's not an e7, and if it's e6, a6, we call it the Khan.
Yeah,
but English speakers feel strongly this should be called Taimanov, and we shall oblige them. So Carlsen plays the Taimanov.
Well, we don't know. We don't know for sure. He could still be trying to get some kind of a Sveshnikov, but actually, this move order is worse in order to get the Sveshnikov. Right? It allows a lot of sensible things apart from the Sveshnikov itself. And I think like people used to play the Sveshnikov with this move order to prevent specifically 795, which I think Magnus quite enjoys and has good results against. So yeah, that makes no sense whatsoever.
I always wonder, like audience, how many people know what Peter just said? I always wonder, because I feel like I should explain these things, but there's so much stuff happening.
Yeah. Time for my first apology, I guess, yeah.
No, basically, yeah. What you're saying, the Sveshnikov is this line that Carlsen played in 2018 in the match, and also after that very successfully. And if you go with this classical move order, the main move is bishop g5, but knight d5 is a thing here. If you play it via this move order, this would be a very rare move order to reach it. Here, if white goes knight to b5, then black can play d6, and white can transpose to the main line with bishop f4, e5, bishop g5. But since in this position you have to play bishop f4 to force e5, there's no knight d5 option. The drawback of this move order is that white can go knight takes c6, b takes c, e5, knight d5, knight d4, amongst other things, which is a tricky line for black to play. And I don't think anything Magnus enjoys. It's more of a line they play in correspondence, trying to force a draw.
Yeah, and now we do have the Taimanov. Yeah, as we suspected, this move order was not very likely to be an invitation to play the Sveshnikov via the slightly longer repetition of moves. This could be quite exciting. Yeah, g4.
Magnus must have noticed that Niels played g4 against Rapport, and probably doesn't really mind a repeat of that. Maybe he's also arguing, okay, if you played g4 against Richard, and you don't expect the, whatever you want to call it, Taimanov Paulsen from me, maybe you're a bit blank here, because it's tough to repeat the sharp line he played earlier. And why would you prepare two lines for the Taimanov for this very event?
Yeah, and Lawrence is calling it now, all capitals, that Niels will play a3 in one of the possible versions here. One is actually playing a3 straight away, which is not a stupid move at all. And the other is playing bishop b3, waiting for knight f6, and then playing a3.
And surprising, you can always play bishop e2, short castles, or g3 as well. I would bet against a3 here.
Yeah. Bishop b3, I have to say knight f6 is not even arguably the main move here. I think people mostly play a6 because knight f6, knight db5 is not... I mean, it's playable for black, but it's definitely a thing that you might want to avoid. These lines are now f4, a6, and whatever. f4, a6, they do play e5 here, and you have to know those lines, and if f4, d6, that leads to positions not every single Paulsen player likes to get. So already a bit of a choice for Magnus in terms of move orders. And after a6, as some people have pointed out in chat, queen f3 is maybe the most fashionable line. Although g4 is kind of supplanting it, I think, in maybe the last year or two.
Goes back and forth, no? In like 2018 is was what all the cool kids did. Now I guess it's an evener split between all the nonsense here. But yeah, I can't claim to be much of a Paulsen connoisseur. I played it all my youth, but then you drop it at some point. Or I dropped it at some point. Good old days.
Yeah, I went through a period of playing this line with black, but without much success, and also kind of gave up on it. I think I played most move orders in the Paulsen / Khan / Taimanov complex of openings at some point in my life, but I'm now back to pretending I play the Najdorf, which is also not entirely true. But
all right, moving on. We have some excitement. Esipenko, not a shy young man.
No.
Playing the semi-Slav. Queen c2, bishop d6, and Esipenko maybe was inspired by Mamdyarov playing 3g4 against him earlier in the tournament. Brings back one of the OG g4s, the 7g4 here, the so-called Latvian attack, pioneered by Shirov. Yeah, it's another one of these lines that was very fashionable maybe 20 years ago, that disappeared for a while. No, it's apparently back.
It might be making a comeback, yeah, but I haven't looked at this in ages and ages, and I wonder what the modern engines think about it, because, you know, on the one hand, engines right now, I think, are quite much more relaxed about having to give up material, but on the other, they're also sort of understand dynamics from the black side much better. So, yeah, curious to see. And Fabi just...
Do you think they're better nowadays?
Yeah, just generally better, but I think one area in which they are definitely much improved is playing positions with material imbalances a lot better than they used to.
Yeah, bunch of options here. Knight takes g4. If you want to go for something very direct, h6 has always been the classical way, stopping the direct pawn to g5. There's a body of theory here. Well, bishop d2, dc, rook g1, h3 at some point was a thing. Let's see what Esipenko has in store. h6 sort of the main line, so shouldn't hit him.
Yeah, definitely one of the absolute core ideas that Black could use here. Yeah, I think sort of in the spirit of the opening, you should be playing exactly as he played bishop d2. You were okay with Black taking on g4 in the previous move, so why wouldn't you be okay with them taking it here? h6 is not such an improvement. But of course you could also just play rook g1 or h3 or whatever. Peter, g4 confounds my theory that Esipenko is a new Karpov, says Sergei Carjacking. What style defines his play in your opinion? The usual style question. You wanna start on this, or do we not even need this discussion right now?
No, go ahead. What style defines his play?
No, my point is, and like very specifically, that I think he's already strong enough that any kind of attempt to pigeonhole him into one style is completely nonsensical. That's always been my point in those style discussions. Like, what style? He's a good player. He can do things. I think he probably is sort of less of a swashbuckling, I will give mate in every game player than some people. But yeah, I just don't really believe in styles once people cross a certain barrier. And I think he's already.
Is he more Miyagi-Do or more Cobra Kai?
Probably more Miyagi-Do, but.
That's all we need to do. Jordan is more Cobra Kai.
Yeah, this is very curious. A4 definitely isn't supposed to be anything at all, I'm pretty sure, but I can't remember why.
The usual thing. Jordan knows that knight b2, c3, and bishop e3 are the main moves here. Queen e2. So if he plays a4, he will have something in mind. I'm not sure what this, including a4, b4, changes in the position. Never seen this a4 move, frankly.
I mean, it must exist because there's a pawn on b5, so people must have played a4 in the preceding years. But yeah, I don't see why this should improve White's position. I mean, the idea of a5 bishop a4 is the one way to quote unquote justify it, but Black can just go knight c5 and that never materializes, even if it's a strong enough threat. And obviously, if you do it a bit later, Black will be just in time to play it on bishop b7 and castles, and there will be no pin. So, yeah, I'm very unsure. And he goes bishop b3 and then a5, kind of in exactly the way that I said makes as little sense as possible. But as we've established in previous rounds, he does work on chess. So I'm very curious because I think currently the open stands very well. I don't know what your impression is, but my impression is the open just equalizes the way theory currently is arguing.
Not a specialist. I always thought it seems to be holding move by move, but you need to know a ton, both specific moves and sort of tricky structures to make it work. So it's not for your natural chess players out there looking for it.
I like the smirk.
For your non-theoreticians.
The smirk. I appreciate the smirk. Yeah, definitely haven't played a single game of the Open in my entire life.
No, I didn't mean you.
Damn.
Just in general, it felt like it's, yeah. I'm sure it's a good opening, but it requires a ton of work where the reward, I'm not sure, is there. Style-wise, I only noticed that whenever Magnus tries it, he usually loses some long theoretical debate, and then he doesn't try it for a while. But I'm not sure the numbers even say that. Anyway, no clue here. Jordan is doing Jordan things. He's playing something that looks sensible that hasn't been tried. Trying to surprise.
Yeah. And there's a very interesting, yeah, exactly this position. I am very curious about it because weirdly, I don't know very much, but I'm aware that this is something you can do.
This I'm also familiar with. Yeah, this has been played, I think, by some good Russian players. No, maybe your boy Matlakov, or yeah, this is not news. So pawn to e4, the critical way to meet the queen's gambit accepted. Black has a choice. The two main moves are pawn to e5 and knight to f6. b5 has been around, but after a4, c6, a, b, c, b, knight to c3 was usually connected to some sacrifice like a6.
Yeah, but I think that they kind of refuted that, right?
Refuted is very strong. I don't think so, but yeah, it's risky. And yeah, queen b6 is a new approach to the position that looks ridiculous, but as usual, computers are saying it's not that ridiculous. It does cover the pawn. And please punish it.
And it can get really, really mad if white actually goes for what is the most forcing idea here, which is knight d5, bishop f4, and claim that, you know, bang, bang, you're dead, knight c7 coming next move. Yeah, it gets unbelievably sharp and very, very difficult to understand. But yeah, something like that, and then a move of some kind, but I don't remember exactly which. Maybe knight d7.
Yes.
Or knight c6. Yeah, one of those two. And somehow these they get unbelievably complex. So very curious if Duda actually picks up the gauntlet, because
this would be checkmate, but unfortunately it's check. I have no idea how this continues. It's probably good for white. Queen d5. I should make some other move. But yeah, this is a total mess. White, of course, had quite a ways to play.
Yeah, but I think you generally only go knight d5 bishop f4 if you've seen this before, because playing against Karyakin, you have no expectation of him actually blundering knight d5 bishop f4, so you know you will have to be playing against very detailed computer preparation, and it's a very demanding way to try and refute it outright.
Yeah, I think the bailout is supposed to be b3 now. I don't know how to continue something like this. White is maybe slightly better, maybe not. So this was a safe way to go. And Jan Krzysztof, he could also, I don't know, I'm sure Dubov would just play, I don't know, knight f3, bishop e2, short castles instead.
Yeah,
I didn't even have to do anything too crazy to be a pawn down and have the center.
Yeah. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how he reacts to this, because yeah, it could become just an absolute slugfest by move 8 with basically no recognizable landmarks you can even use to assess the position, or it could become something much more restrained depending on white's next couple of choices.
Duda taking time seems to be saying this has come as a surprise. It's not exactly a main line, and Karyakin used to play a lot of the Queen's Gambit accepted, but I'm not sure that's the main thing you expect from him in 2022. So, yeah, good for Karyakin. We had to rest days so he could work on some black openings. And ambushes. Poor Duda here, who lost this heartbreaking game against Vodyarov before the rest day.
Yeah, that must have not been very fun. Yeah, we don't need to rehash the entire thing, but yeah, he went from being completely winning pretty much to losing the game in about 7 moves in a position where he actually had, I think, plenty of time, and he was under no pressure to begin with.
Yeah, so I mentioned saying the line Karyakin play seems to be very popular these days. Yeah, I think it's been getting more popular by the minute, no, especially some strong Russian players we're playing. Where do we go? Rapport, Pragnanda. Oh, another fun position. Classical Queen's Indian. Nimzo Indian. Not what you would expect from Rapport, this Queen C2 in the Nimzo.
I think he's actually been doing quite a bit of that. I think yeah, we keep on coming to this discussion like seemingly every round, because this expectation that he will play something wild and completely non-theoretical still persists. But I think in the last couple of years, he's been playing more and more mainstream stuff, and I feel that in his sojourn to the States to play the Rapid and Blitz and the Sync Cup, I think he played a decent amount of specifically this. Some of it actually leading to kind of known force draws by move 20. which he didn't seem to mind all that much. Although those, I think, were mainly the Rapid and Blitz games.
We have to change the Twitch stream title. I don't have the power to do that. Yeah, that's the.
I think maybe I think mods might actually be able to.
So pawn to d5, body of theory here. This Viciana started to popularize in the mid 2000s. Big point is c takes d, you go knight e4, then ed, and you're in good shape. And if knight f3, they usually go for these setups, which have been proven solid over the years. So bishop g5 is a more ambitious way after dc, queen c4, b6. Black at least has to deal with moves like rook d1 and rook c1, which are additional options. But black also has this very aggressive way to play, which Pragnanda goes for. To sacrifice a pawn, mix it. c5, d takes c, d4. Yeah, it's a very sharp position. I spent some time checking this. It's not easy. Not even easy to pick the square for the queen. This. Bunch of options here. Could get very, very sharp.
Yeah. Once again, I don't really play the Nimzo, but I kind of watch developments. And my feeling was that White were kind of coming out ahead recently in these very sharp positions, or at least the games I watched seemed to indicate that. Like the battle shifted towards some unclear but seemingly quite nice for White positions around about move 20. Not that I would be able to name what those positions are. But you definitely know more than me.
Yep, I think it's a good line. We'll see how it goes for Pragnanda. Then we have Dubov versus Shankland.
Yeah, a bit of a pop quiz for you. Do you remember the first and seemingly the only game they ever played?
Dubov, Shankland, they only play one game?
That's what my very perfunctory search seemed to indicate, yeah.
I do not know.
Because I thought maybe it was a bet that you were maybe slightly involved in, because Dubov played the d takes c5, knight g7 Albin.
Ah, yeah, the Albans, yeah.
Yeah, specifically knight g7 Albin. And I'm pretty sure he said in an interview that basically his friends put him up to it, and he checked it very briefly, decided it's not completely lost, and just decided to play it against Sam. He was slightly better by move 10, which is quite remarkable, and did end up winning that game. Line is not recommended for any of you out there who decide to follow in the Dubov footsteps in the openings.
Was that a classical game? No.
No, that was in one of the online tournaments. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Dubov, Shankland. As far as I know, Dubov is a fan of Sam's, and yeah, here he plays his main opening, the Catalan, knight f3 followed by g3, bishop b4 check. He's not even giving the c4 pawn, knight d2. He played a lot against Magnus Carlsen. This time around, he just plays it rocky solid, bishop d2, a5, bishop g2, short castles. This is a big theoretical position. White has a bunch of moves here. After short castles, Black has this c5 line, which is quite interesting. There's also this d takes c4. So yeah, Dubov obviously knows all about it. Plays queen to c1, trying to discourage both d takes c4, because now the queen can recapture, and c5. I guess there you go, dc5. But of course, the queen could be somewhat misplaced on c1 for slower lines. There are some subtle reasons why you go queen c1 and not queen c2, but they're too subtle for me.
Yeah, I was going to ask, and then I thought better of it, because I'm sure that like it varies from line to line, and it's going to be, yeah, it's not a 30-second answer if you're curious why the queen goes to c1 and not c2. Yeah, it started looking slightly more Dubovian by the current state, because yeah, he developed some more pieces and then just went h2, h4 for.
It's time for h4, yeah.
No particular reason that I can see, but like just a good move in every position, basically. Seems like these days you only play the d4 openings, to play h4 as early as possible and feel proud of yourself. And yeah, solid plan. Nothing against it.
So the thing though, I still don't really get it. And I also don't get when it's good, when it's not good and trendy. All these random h4s, it's very hard to wrap my head around. Why? Why h4 here? Just the best waiting move? If knight c3, there's a3.
If knight c3, maybe they... Oh no, I mean, he never minds if they take on c4. Like, one thing we know about Dubov is that he never minds if that happens.
Usually he won't mind here. I don't know, maybe. With a3 looming, maybe it's a very specific situation. But I guess, yeah. Normally he'd be fine with this turn of events. Like a3 looks maybe a bit sad. Anyway, it just seems that h4 is a default semi-waiting move in these positions.
Yeah.
Probably Lila and the gang agree, but it's hard for me to understand.
And I guess if you want to like make some sounds with your mouth, you would say that maybe it preserves the bishop on f4 against potential counterplay by perhaps securing it against h6, g5 later on. But yeah, those are, or knight e4, g5. But those are mainly just vibrations I'm making with my mouth. I don't really believe in any of it.
All right. Rapport went to g3 after some considering. Duda still thinking what to do after queen b6, which probably means he will go either b3 or some developing move. Because, yeah, going for madness without knowing it is probably not very wise.
Yeah. This one continues to, I mean, baffled is maybe a strong word, but yeah, I'm very, very curious where this is going. Because it just looks very natural for black and doesn't look at all bad. So very interested to see how Jordan plans to develop from here. Maybe you go knight d4 and then knight bg2, and maybe you hope to play f2, f4 very, very early, because otherwise, I don't know. I start preferring black very quickly here, I think, if nothing happens. We've given up the bishop pair and we haven't really achieved very much for it.
We shall see. I would guess you're still familiar with this territory.
Must be.
And we have a bunch of sharp positions. Yeah, he plays knight b2. Doesn't mind. But we have to start looking at this. Niels is saying, I'm not afraid of you, Mr. World Champion. Here comes Geronimo, the cheapo.
Yeah. Also an incredibly sharp position where White's queen side is about to get demolished, I suppose, but he will have some files open on the king side by that point.
h6, as you do. Saying, Geronimo, please commit before you get support, because now the rook is still pinned.
Yeah, this was a very interesting reply by the young Norwegian.
He probably knows his position, no? Can you play h6 without knowing?
Yeah, 1:30 on the clock is, yeah. I think it's a very, very solid bet that he still knows.
Let me check.
Doesn't make it a less interesting approach by the young Norwegian, though.
It's the first computer move.
No, interestingly, it doesn't like it though. I mean, the position appears to not be liked by the engine at all. On a very
played the Taimanov.
Yeah, yeah. That is not to criticize h6. That is basically, I think, the machine's attitude towards Taimanov as is. Yeah, and GH played very quickly by Niels suggests that he also perhaps has glanced at this at some point in his life. Because I think g takes f6 is more natural. I think normally you are, since you're developing the knight in both cases, if you are to capture and also develop your opponent's knight, you'd much rather do it towards the center. But GH, from what I understand, was the first choice. Very interesting position.
Magnus definitely Trying to mix it here. Could backfire though. Sharp, direct position, open position for Niels. He will feel inspired and slightly provoked. At the very least, it's going to be interesting. Oh, and Giri versus Vidit features the Petrov. These two know each other well. I think they're on good terms, certainly have worked together in the past.
Yeah, all of this actually had been played in one of the Dubai games between Carlsen and Nepomniachtchi. And Carlsen went for knight c3 here, and then a line which wasn't supposed to be very much, but you guys had a small idea, and Jan either knew the reply or figured it out reasonably quickly over the board. One of the two. It was not entirely clear to me which one. Was a somewhat uneventful draw.
Yeah, I was strange way happy with that game because I felt we got a lot of information that the bishop d6 Petrov was the plan, because this was the first e4 game, and yeah, there was something small happening which Nepomniachtchi handled very nicely and was a draw. And yeah, the c5, bishop c7, knight c3 is a different approach from Anish allowing knight takes c5, but Vidit saying, no, thank you. I shall defend my knight with rook e8.
Yeah, and this is weirdly, I think c5 is kind of new-ish, and the position after queen b3, queen d7 is very well known, and at some point even I introduced an idea here, which is, I think still is somewhat relevant, which is the idea of after knight c3 takes to play queen b7, queen d7, and c5. There are still games being played which no, take on f5, take on f5, take on b7. I think I was maybe the first one to play that against Vasily Ivanchuk in one of the Linaria Morelis tournaments. Linaria Morelis. Good start of the day. Queen d7 takes on d7, knight d7, c5. And this is a sharp endgame in which bishop takes h2 is the best move, and black is probably fine, but it's definitely a sharp enough and unclear enough endgame for some discussions to continue. And there's obviously different replies along the way that black can try. But c5, despite being very natural in a lot of these positions, I think here, specifically here, is somewhat fresh and not explored enough.
I think knight c3 is kind of fresh. Knight bd2, someone might have played, but also not that sure. Anyway, Anish, certainly no stranger to this line. But yeah. Of course, one question is, can black?
Yeah, and then back to f5. Yeah, maybe this is the point. I was wondering. And just try to catch the knight on a1.
Yeah.
Seems like we might even manage.
Very possible. Vidit wasn't having any of it. Just went rook to e8. And Giri plays bishop e3.
Yeah, and some very exciting developments in our Polson / Taimanov / Sicilian.
Ooh.
Yeah, and the speed of play is still very, very indicative of the, the two people who have looked at this before.
You.
So a3 is very logical here to try to do something about the pin, because he sees.
Has this been played before? Let me look this up.
Up to g5, this is still a game played by Aryan Tari late last year. I think h6 is already, according to the Chess24 database anyway, h6 is a novelty, but since it is the first line, I think it's unsurprising that they may have looked at the entire thing.
So, sorry, I interrupted you. You take, we recapture, and e5 regains the piece.
Yeah, and interestingly, black obviously is allowing us to take on d7 with check if the bishop goes somewhere like bishop e3 or bishop f2, but obviously the claim is that it's basically only one check, and the threat of queen takes c2 mate is more important, which it probably is. Even though, like, in this position, if I didn't know anything at all, I'd be a bit worried about the position after bishop d3. Still doesn't look all that safe for black, to be entirely honest. But maybe black is just okay after queen c7 or rook c7 or whatever the move is.
Yeah, it didn't happen. Instead, Niels blitzed out. Knight takes b5. Clearly showing Mr. Carlsen that he's not unprepared for this turn of event. A takes b, bishop b2. So Magnus probably, no matter what the position is, he's probably not happy that Niels is blitzing against his surprise. Time on off, no?
Yeah, that if you play a line you haven't really played very much before and you seemingly have the first novelty, you would like your opponent to at least be thinking, even if he is making the correct moves. But yeah, appears like Niels knows what to do and also has repeated this reasonably recently somehow, which is an unusual circumstance for a rare line. Another question is, b5 is hanging, but does black actually need to spend a tempo protecting it? Because it feels like it probably gives white additional time to develop something on the king side.
What should black do? Castle?
Knight f7 maybe. Once again, I'm somewhat cheating here because I've not disabled the. It's off now, but I looked at it for long enough to see that the engine actually likes knight f7 with the idea of playing d7, d5 next move without castling, just breaking open the center as fast as possible. It's not a very strong engine, but that was a suggestion. Knight f7, and if let's say h2, h4, d5, bishop b5, king f8, which looks weird enough to actually be the computer line here. Let's put it like this.
Magnus, out of book.
That actually would be quite strange, right? Because h6 is still very much first line, and that's the only real new move the game featured so far. The game they deviated from is recent and is also played by a strong player on the white side, so you don't really ignore it so easily. And I mean, it can't be that he just thought, okay, h6 is the first line here, I'll play h6. There's no need for me to look at any moves. I just know h6 is correct. I will work everything out at the board. So he should know supposedly the main reply to it.
Always hard to say what exactly happened there. Maybe he does know. Maybe it's in some file, but not the most anticipated line for today. Maybe he's in book and just walking around. Who knows?
Yeah, but definitely a nice position to look at for us as the spectators. Lots going on, potentially going to be sharp for sort of the remainder of it. And we have correctly guessed the general attitude that young Krzysztof is likely to prefer in the somewhat crazy QGA. He spent like maybe, let me actually check the timing on this. 25 minutes to play bishop e2. So he clearly realized there are some very, very forcing continuations, but also that he doesn't particularly want to compete against machine analysis in them, and went for a waiting move. I guess he's keeping somewhat flexible as to where the knight goes, but yeah, feels like if you're going to play like this, you will make both of those moves in some order anyway, in order to castle as quickly as possible.
Yeah, somewhat odd.
Yeah, they teach you to bring the knights out first before the bishops, but here might not be a huge difference.
Still, yeah, but this might just be difference in class. If I was surprised by this, I tried to get my pawn back. Maybe it didn't. When I have to think about something like e5, probably it doesn't work. And
yeah.
Also, he might not see chess just that way. He might think, okay, you bring a queen out, I'll have the center and 15 tempi. How bad can be?
Yep. And our chat is suddenly full of people saying oof for Magnus's choice, but yeah, I don't know.
It's modern chess also. If you take a risk, you try to beat the tail ender and you play a very sharp line. Most very sharp lines that aren't debated on, let's say, e4, e5 or Najdorf or Sveshnikov territory don't necessarily favor black. So comes with it with trying to surprise. Or do they say d5?
I think they're specifically disliking d5, yeah.
Then I take back the speech. How can you play d5, Magnus? Oof.
Yeah. But it's obviously kind of very ambitious.
Point.
King f8. No, I don't think you can play bishop c6. You have to have. I mean, here I will just take on. Yeah, queen d5 wins on the spot, I guess. But also take on 6 and e takes d5 probably also wins on the spot, right? You have to have the bishop takes d5 tactic in response to ed. And you still have it here, but engine's clearly not in favor of this particular move order.
Does look scary.
Does look very, very scary, since we're opening the position up for the white bishops to enjoy it, and particularly if white gets to play f3, f4 somewhere and revives the bishop on b2, which is currently the one kind of a bad piece white has. E takes d5 is not forced as well, so maybe there is a better choice after bishop b5, king f8. It is the most natural move, though.
Chess saying Botvinnik wouldn't approve of this sharp play. Wouldn't he? He played some sharp stuff, no? He played the Botvinnik with played all kinds of shady French, Caracans. I don't know. I'm not sure Botvinnik would be a hater of Magnus's approach to chess.
Yeah, I think in general he would definitely be in favor. Today, maybe less so, but yeah, I'm not even sure this is like a misremembering things. I think maybe Magnus just wants to play as directly as possible. It's not unreasonable to suspect that he remembers he has to play d5 somewhere while allowing bishop takes b5 check, and maybe he's mixing up the move order a little bit, considering that, as I said, knight f7, h4, d5 is seemingly...
This could be. Computer disagrees. Could just be a memory issue.
Yeah. Like, it's that specific thing where you remember that there is a line in this position where you play d5 and white replies with bishop takes b5 check and you go king f8. You remember that very, very clearly. So you just assume you do it at the first opportunity. But it turns out that it's a bit early.
Yep. Chad also saying compliant is knight f7, then d5. He misremembered. Looks likely. On the plus side, this will put Niels out of book. And again, bishop takes b5 check, I would find.
Yeah.
King f8, ed also looks fairly...
Yeah, but then what's the move after bishop?
Here is the spot where...
But maybe we actually have time to play like rook hf1 and f4. Because black still has to develop something in reply, and I would very much like to find a tempo somewhere to play f3, f4. As early as possible.
Yep. Okay.
Ja, schafft ihr es, das anzumachen? Schaffst du nicht?
We have a family emergency here. My daughter doesn't know how to switch on the lion's guard, and someone has to make sure these animals are safe. There's Janjar and his hyenas. They're up to no good. Ska is back with an evil plan to unite forces from the Kingdom of Shadows. So I'll be right back.
Okay. So yeah, talking about Magnus's game, the suspicion currently is that maybe it's a bit of a kind of a memory malfunction, and this is not great, but it's still not immediately obvious how to refute it. Chat is saying take on b5 and maybe a3, a4 to give yourself additional diagonals on the queen side, but yeah, I don't know how easy it is to play this position with white. Even if, let's say, you're absolutely sure that this is not the best move from the black side, which gives you confidence, obviously, because you then suspect that your position might be quite good. It's a kind of a really, really weird, tricky, sharp position, which even with that additional bit of confidence, I don't think it's very easy to play. That doesn't really, devalue the fact that black is objectively in trouble now, which I think we can agree is probably the case because strong engine suggests so. Maybe king f7 instead of king f8. I think I understand your point. No, hang on. There is a very specific reason why not, right? Because if you hang on, for some reason it does. Yeah, if you play king f7 here after e takes d5, you can't play bishop takes d5 because this is a check. So I guess your point would be that you have to play rook h d8, and now d6 rook takes d6 is actually playable because this is still working. Yeah. But I think king f8 is just so much more comfortable to play because you might need the option of playing knight h6 f7 later. ed bishop d5 and then a4. Yeah, once again, like why do you think this is so easy to assess? There's queen b4, queen b3. Okay, so but that doesn't quite work either, right? Queen b4, we have queen e7. Even with chat kind of pushing me in the right direction, none of this is obvious. Let's say if this is the actual solution here, like if I get to this position in my analysis over the board, I am not at all convinced I'm doing all that well with white. If I allow knight f5, black will have tremendous amounts of play, and the king on e6 is not that weak. Bishop a4, okay. Yeah, I'm going to actually, for a second there, I'm going to stop putting every single line I see in chat on the board because I feel like maybe we're being dragged in different directions and I don't know the strength of the engines you guys are quoting. I'll also relinquish control so that Jan can drive.
What did I miss?
I was kind of conversing with chat and chat was throwing lines at me and we didn't really get much of anywhere. My current conclusion is I know engine dislikes it, but I can't understand why, which is, I think, an acceptable evaluation for Magnus.
So we take the pawn.
Yeah,
we don't know.
And Chad actually is suggesting king f7 might be, or at least that's how I understood what Chad is saying, that king f7 might be better than king f8, but that seems sus to me.
Very short detour. I do love Bluey. Thanks for mentioning it, Chad. Big fan. I'm a bigger fan than my daughter. It's fantastic. Bluey is a child's program on Disney Plus. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, that seems. Maybe this is why king f8 is bad, right?
I read this. Looks artificial, but if it works.
Yeah, I mean, giving up the pawn on d5 with no immediate compensation for it would be quite painful. Yeah. And this is why you need the knight on f7 before you've played d5, I guess. This is very specifically the reason, because, yeah.
How's this? We're out of stuff here.
Yeah, bishop c6 even. I think, yeah, we've given up a little bit too much. And still not really giving mate on the other side.
Fair enough.
Yep.
All right, so objectively, Magnus might be in trouble, maybe.
I was making sounds, but it turns out my sounds were more relevant than normal, because young Krzysztof actually did develop the knight to h3, not f3, so there was a point to bishop e2. I'm not sure I like the point, but the point definitely was there.
Once again, congrats on your
sound making abilities.
Sound making abilities and Jan Krzysztof pronunciation abilities. It's good stuff. What's his point? He wants...
I guess knight of 65 and then knight of 4 after all the captures, right? That has to be...
Ah, okay.
Otherwise, I just don't understand it at all. But this actually makes some sense. It's a much better square here than f3. But black is not obliged to play knight f6 this early, obviously. You can continue developing knight d7, bishop b4 might be a move.
Duda. Playing it nice and slow, but he has very aggressive intentions here. Where do we go? This Magnus game was so exciting. What else?
Yeah, can we look at this for a second? Because can you explain to me why white is not completely busted?
Funny thing is, in the old days, we learned this is some classical game, and e4 was always given a question mark. I think it's Shirov Kramnik, something like that.
Mm.
I could be wrong about Shirov Kramnik, but somebody against somebody in like the late 90s. And we were taught e4 is just bad. After e5 here, black is better. And I'm not sure if this time-honored wisdom has changed since then, or if something got mixed up. I think it was even e4, e5 here.
May have been here, yeah.
See, the main move is bishop takes e4.
Yeah, and I have a feeling I may have had this against Karekin once when he was very, very young in one of the Foros tournaments in like the mid-2000s. Don't remember the move order at all, though. It's been a while since I looked at this. But yeah, but the way they've gone, white just goes e4, allows e5, doesn't really react to it, continues developing, and also lets black to continue developing. And the position they have on the board right now, black's king is now safe on c8. We haven't achieved anything in the center. Seemingly, we haven't achieved very much on the king side. If we could play knight h4, knight f5 here, I wouldn't be at all unhappy. Or bishop h3, but both moves are currently impossible. The knight is about to come out to e7, and then black will start to unwind. Why is this good?
I go for direct action.
Yeah. Well, I want to play knight takes, but I have a feeling maybe bishop takes is stronger, but I want to go knight takes, and after knight d4, I want to pretend I can find a good solution to this, but maybe if it's difficult. Yeah, knight a6 is just very annoying, combined with f4 threats and knight f5 threats.
Doesn't look
okay. Let me take.
Does it?
Yeah, let me take with the bishop then.
He is ugly. Knight g5 is there. It's probably bishop takes.
Bishop takes.
No, we have some moves. No, should be 3 maybe.
Yeah, but this a7 hanging, it's... I mean, I feel like the moment I connect stuff with knight e7, while still not losing, I should start looking into the future with reasonable optimism.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Then again, I mean, they got here with, well, considering how difficult the moves are, barely any time spent, so... I don't think Andrei would be would be playing this position with 123 on the clock if he didn't know it was playable. Seems a little bit too random to be making these moves at this speed.
Yeah, if you do go g4, which is something people haven't really been doing regularly recently, and then blitz out stuff. Very unlikely. He's a diligent young man, though, from what I hear. He works, well prepared, all that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's likely that he's looked at this quite seriously.
Yeah. Let's have a look at the Dubov Shankland game. Computer saying black is better, but it's very Dubovian. H4 and a Catalan. How long do we get away with saying this? Computer says black is better, but it's a Dubov position. Like,
for a while yet. I'm not prepared to give up on, it's a quality of life issue. If I can't say that, I will be sadder than usual. But yeah, he clearly is taking some risks here. They repeated once with this dance, and then the bishop went all the way back to d2, which is clearly not the best square because the d file is now closed, giving black more leeway in terms of perhaps trading on e5. Is probably not. Yeah, I was going to ask, is f5 f4 ever kind of a very ambitious plan you could try, but probably you're never fast enough.
No, just in old man logic, you would say he hasn't really developed a lot of pieces, weaken his king with h4, it has no pieces around the king, must punish him for it. But
yeah.
Not sure how that translates to new school move.
Bishop d6 maybe.
Like move.
Bishop d6 maybe. To which he probably replies by taking and going. Oh, he's just going back to f6.
Wow.
So Sam is saying
Sam doesn't want any part of it. Saying bishop f4, threefold repetition.
Yeah, I think
not what Daniel's gonna do.
Yeah, there might be good money in betting against that.
Are there good moves betting against it?
I mean, knight c3. Let's just develop something.
Yeah. Knight c3 were also worse, no? Can I take? I mean, the thing with this h4 is always we no longer cover this square. These crazy young kids
true,
in their h4.
That is true, but how clear is any of this? Like bishop f4, and bishop c5 might be. No, bishop c5 I have knight e4.
And f6, I don't understand any of this ever. But
yeah.
Say not uncommon, me not understanding these modern Catalans with pawns on h4.
Yeah, that's a very confusing position. I was actually looking at g5, and I wasn't sure I was going to be successful in refuting g5 either.
Could also be, but here am I not much better? Like bishop takes, e5 is going. I don't know.
Yeah, there's a lot of I was calculating CD, knight takes d5. It probably doesn't work, but it was fun calculating it for a bit. Because yeah, I mean e5, bishop d5, king h8. I don't really see the follow-up. There might not be a follow-up. Unless bishop takes b7 somehow magically turns out to be working, which I suspect it won't, but we're getting a bit carried away.
Little bit. Knight c3 hasn't been played yet. Bishop f4 might be the best move, but it leads to a threefold repetition, which probably is not what Daniel has in mind. And then that, yeah, what do you do? f4 is terrible. Bishop c3 also looks weird. We'll find out.
Bishop f3. I'm only like semi-kidding either. Just make sure that neither knight g4 nor knight h5 can ever happen again.
Okay.
And now bishop f4, and I'm kind of semi-happy about this.
You think Shankland is semi-happy here?
No. I don't think that is a particularly frequent state of being.
It's more kicking and screaming. Ugh. I'm not happy with my coffee choice, speaking of semi-happy.
What are you doing for coffee and why are you not happy?
I don't know, I made myself a flat white. But now I sort of miss the foam.
So your machine makes a flat white, or are you now a semi-licensed barista?
No, my machine has a cappuccino button and a flat white button. I went with a flat white button. But yeah, I have legit FOMO.
Not familiar. I'm very much of the flat white persuasion myself. Well, or there's jokes to be made there, but probably best not to.
I thought I only mentioned the story to get in the FOMO thingy, so I'm done with the coffee topic. Rook D1.
Yeah, no idea what's happening. Need some guidance. Important thing to note here is that Queen A5 probably gets replied to by Bishop D2 and then Bishop B4 if you take on C5. Otherwise, I think Queen A5 check would be quite strong here. But yeah, that's the full extent of my understanding of this position. Only real coffee is mocha, says Study Shell or Study Cell, I don't know. And also completely incorrect opinion being bandied about. How is something that contains chocolate the only real coffee? It might be very good, but how is that the only real coffee?
You're mocking us too much.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't get these positions. I only know. They're tough to play for both sides. Sometimes it looks like White's in control, but then it turns out we haven't really developed anything yet, and things aren't so simple. What should Black do, though?
Yeah, I'm struggling for a move because, like, there's no way H6 is actually playable here, is there? Like H6, Bishop H6, Knight H5 or something. But Queen G5, yeah, that doesn't look right. Knight D6, and I mean,
worst case scenario we take.
Yeah, even there, yeah, I was about to say, even this position I like for White, frankly, and it must be not the best move in here at all. Black still has no threats. I think we can take on E5 and just continue amassing our untold riches in the center. And to the surprise of nobody, Dubov does not repeat, but he made a move which we did not really name.
Knight D3.
No.
At least it's in the spirit of retreating and not developing new pieces.
Yeah, it is. It is very much in keeping with how he's been playing the game so far. But I don't know. I don't know if I like this position for White. B6, Bishop A6 now looks very, very logical. What do we think about B7, B5 in these types of positions?
Oh, even after Knight D3?
Yeah, exactly. Like specifically after Knight D3, we're probably not in favor, right? Because White can establish a very nice setup on the queen side. So I guess B6, because B6, Bishop A6 does look... I mean, the Knight on D3 provides very exciting targets. I guess it can be, once the bishop gets to A6, we can play B2, B3, so maybe it's not that stunning. Also, it probably would be a very Dubov way of playing this position to now go Knight C3, D takes C4, Knight E5 back or something.
Could be. But Knight C3, we can also ignore it.
Yeah, we probably just ignore it, yeah. And well, my point was that White maybe can continue offering stuff up even there by playing B3 and pretending we just don't recognize the fact that the C4 pawn is hanging.
Well, C6 is hanging.
And once again, Knight E5 here, maybe, or or this somehow. Yeah, my plan was to go knight e5 and pretend I've calculated everything, but
very Dubovian.
Yeah, it's just not true. And now something, yeah, I have no idea what exactly. Rook h6, or rook h6 doesn't work. Bishop h6 somehow. I just want to start throwing stuff at the board and seeing what sticks, but maybe nothing sticks. We'll wait for further developments. It's a fun position, but too many moves possible on every single move here for us to be able to pinpoint.
Also, 94 is probably an option, right? To stonewall it up with the
absolutely, yeah. What's the reaction?
I don't know. I don't think we take, so you either
Bishop f4 probably.
Bishop somewhere again.
Bishop f4 and then knight c3.
Now I'm getting a little motivated. No?
Yeah. Takes, bishop e3, f5, knight c3, some kind of a huge mess. Absolutely no idea how I'm supposed to assess this position. I think you're just supposed to play it move by move and, may the best mover win.
Sounds like a good chess recipe. Yeah, looks fine for black to me. Niels took the pawn.
Yeah.
With check.
And, okay. Yeah. Yeah, the engines really hate this.
What's that?
Magnus's position.
That probably wasn't changed. Bishop b5, I guess that's the first move.
Yeah.
Wait, yeah.
No, but like to the extent that currently on my screen I see the move bishop b7, c6 as potentially the best option, which is such a sad indictment of what's going on here. I mean, it's just, yeah. Like this more or less straight up loses to queen b4, queen b3, and king f7, bishop a4. It also hates with a vengeance.
But yeah, he played king f8. Well, this was always happening.
Yeah, I think I'm very much team forgot move order.
Yeah, for sure. So was here, knight f7 was the way to play it. And then
you wait for a move and then you
d5.
And then you do this. And this is actually kind of playable. White is still better according to the engines, but it's nothing earth-shattering and yeah, should be very playable for black.
And after knight f7, why can't we take?
Yeah. Apparently it's just...
I have the comp running now as well. Yeah, it says black is fine.
Yeah.
Yep. Very much looks like it. Magnus mixed up the lines a little. Still, the good thing he has going for himself is when he mixes stuff up, he's still Magnus Carlsen. So more often than not, he can dig himself out of there.
Yeah, but it feels like maybe he is giving up sort of more of a handicap today than he normally does. Because normally when he mixes stuff up, he just... normally when he mixes stuff up, the position is less sharp. Let's put it like this. He also played an incredibly concrete, sharp line today. Because like if he does something slightly imprecise in all of the Ruy Lopez's that he plays, first off, his general understanding of those positions won't let him make a properly obnoxious move. And secondly, the price of a move is less. Here he's already a pawn down and he probably will be giving up a second one very, very quickly. So yeah, not disagreeing with what you're saying, but yeah, it seems like he's put himself under more pressure than usual.
Yeah. See. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. I wonder if it's going to pay off for him.
Yeah. This one is...
When will they put chess on ESPN 8, the art show? Like, what do they have to lose? What is this one?
I have no idea. I'm just armed with a slightly vague knowledge that c5 is an important idea. But apart from that, really, can't claim
Told
any.
you.
Who told me?
Uh-huh.
The unspecified people.
Ah, those people.
Those people, yeah. Them again.
As you can probably imagine, during a World Championship match, if Petro is being played, all of a sudden, all kinds of people start telling you all kinds of moves and all kinds of positions.
Yeah, I'm sure that's also something that happens, but for me, this was unrelated to the World Championship, actually.
Ah, okay. So maybe different people telling different moves to different people.
To other unspecified different people, yeah. It's a very nefarious network of people telling other people stuff. FIDE must condemn.
These people.
Yeah. FIDE must absolutely condemn.
Yeah.
So are we threatening bishop f4 here? Is if black does nothing about it, or what's the immediate main goal of this setup for white?
Horsey on rim, bad.
Yeah, that actually argues against bishop f4, right? Because it frees up the c7 square potentially for Horsey on the rim to be less on the rim.
Knight a6. Chat, you computer people, that's not the first move, no?
Chat, you computer people.
Yeah, no, I can
Such
check myself.
disdain.
Yeah, h6.
Such disdain.
And now Horsey on rim. Yeah. Strange position. No pawn breaks, but what's black doing?
Yeah, it's unclear. I think black is basically playing around, the main idea there is that the knight on e4 is so strong that you can sort of misplace many of your other pieces and just rely on having this one really, really dominant piece in the center to provide you with counterplay and also to restrict the white pieces. Bishop g6 followed by f5 is something they often do in these types of positions, but here it looks very wrong, frankly, because you're just not pushing enough on the king side and it might weaken the e5 square terminally. So bishop g6 followed by f6 and bishop f7 might be a move, an idea for later. Bishop g4 might be an idea.
Well, all the chats are up in arms that I said, you computer people. That's not what I meant. I just said, can someone tell me what's the first engine line after bishop e3? Because I had the feeling I'd seen this position and it was h6, not knight a6, which seems to be the case. Apologize. I did not mean to call anybody computer people. I was just saying, does anybody have a strong engine running? Oof, now I feel terrible. All these flash people out there that I call computer people.
Yes.
Sorry. So, pajama people, yeah, that sounds right. You sweatpants people. I'm wearing sweatpants.
Yeah,
so maybe that's also not an insult I should be using.
We sweatpants people. Absolutely, yeah. We the people are the sovereign citizens of something.
Anyway, this position too complicated. Looks like Vidit was unaware of this idea that people were telling people, and is taking some time.
Yeah,
taking some time.
Yeah, queen b4, queen b3 is seemingly by far the best choice here. But it does look very, very nice since it kind of wins the d5 pawn for nothing. And also being a check and then an a-tempo defense against queen takes c2 mate, it should be quite findable, feels to me. Shouldn't be too difficult to spot. And once you do spot it, I think it's very difficult not to play it, because you would like to win the d5 pawn for nothing, and I think in this position it would be a welcome development.
So takes wasn't so great, yeah?
I mean,
the capture.
Yes.
And now...
Probably still quite good for white, but less good than the other option. Sorry. Yeah, bishop c4, there. I mean, maybe even something developing like knight f5 might be playable just to bring the h8 rook into the game as well. We'll see.
We will see what Niels does. Niels Grandelius, Swedish #1. I should learn some new Niels facts now, because I keep saying the same thing. Swedish #1, but lives in Denmark, lives in Copenhagen, next to Malmö, but still not Malmö. Yeah, was on the Magnus Carlsen team in 2018. We were in Thailand together. Not a fan of Thailand, of the warm weather. He does like it cold and rainy. He likes his sleep. He likes his coffee. He likes swimming. He likes Laurent Fressinet, which is very strange. Other than that, I don't know a lot. Niels, what else is there to say? Do you have any Niels facts we could fill in?
Niels has
Balenciaga sweaters.
Niels has what's the word? A chart of the human body behind him in the room where his like streaming / playing setup is. I played a match against him in one of those let's just call them thingies last year, because
he knows 7 ways to kill you with one push of the finger. But maybe that's why he has these charts.
Yeah, and it was very intimidating, because we logged into the communal Zoom call, which was supposed to be the one Zoom call for all the players in the thingy, and there he was sitting behind this huge, very sort of graphic depiction of the vulnerable points on the human body.
Yeah.
It was a very kind of a serial killerish vibe.
No doubt. Like, I doubt he's killing people. His brother is a world-class, or I'll just make up the world-class, but it might be true, a world-class climber. I'm not sure what he does, like free climbing, but he climbs up mountains.
Yeah. I don't think that was your thingy, Dodgy, was it? If that was your thingy, I sincerely apologize, and it wasn't the thingy, it was the very prestigious MDI too. But I think it was one of the other thingies, honestly.
Niels is a big Peter Tosh fan. Yeah, he is very Tosh. I'm not sure he's still a big reggae fan. That's true about the brother. I know Niels. And I know climbing. I watch all the climbing movies. Do you watch climbing stuff? I made you watch Free Solo, right?
Yeah, you made me watch Free Solo.
Oh,
and
yeah,
I'm very grateful for that, because that was an excellent movie.
The Alpinist, chat. Watch The Alpinist. Thank me later.
And yeah, it's surprisingly, it's kind of shocking how scary the movie is, despite you kind of knowing what the outcome is, because otherwise there wouldn't have been a movie.
Seriously, if you like Free Solo, watch The Alpinist. I've seen The Dawn Wall and 14 Peaks, all the stuff, but yeah, Free Solo and The Alpinist, those are the ones. And Timo watched The Rescue on my recommendation the other day, and he's thanking me. There you go. Watch that one too. Not technically climbing, but also great documentary. Okay, back to chess. I apologize. but it's important to tell people what to
do. Yeah, and there's been a lot of demands to show the Fabi position, because apparently knight e2 is not prescribed. There was a lot of people using the B word in chat.
B word?
Yeah.
Bishop?
Both of the B words, actually. Blunder and also bar. As in, the bar has changed. Pay attention to the bar. We do have the bar on screen, but we generally try to pretend we don't and try to disregard.
I usually just don't look at it because so far to the right, it's not my field of vision. The Rescue 2021. The Alpinist, not the Alchemist.
Yep.
So why is the bar so happy for black?
Probably knight e2 is just not energetic enough, allowing black time to finish development of some sort. But it doesn't look horrible because, I mean, clearly the idea of putting the knight on d4 was strong enough for black to have taken on e5 with the bishop on the previous move. So yeah, I don't hate it, but it feels like maybe it's not fast enough. And I mean, clearly the engines dislike it. We don't know exactly why, and I think we're not going to ask. c5 played. Yeah, so that would be one way to explain why knight e2 is not best.
Like at some moves, he can just be completely winning, no?
Yeah, of course. You do need to show compensation very, very quickly here, or you will be busted. Yeah, the fact that the white king is on b1 makes it much harder to open up files on the queen side, so I think the king on c8 is entirely safe. Yeah, not really liking it very much for the young man. It feels like he's running sort of too many risks here, even though I would, without proper analysis, I would not want to say that this is just outright bad.
But with proper bar, you can probably say it's outright bad.
Yeah, of course.
Also,
yeah.
Fabi's probably thrilled. No, he's had a slow start, 4 draws. And now someone just gives him a pawn in a sharp position. It's Fabiano Caruana. He might only be number 4 in the world. But let's not forget how insanely good this guy is. He was crushing everybody in 2018, then drew the match against Magnus, where he very much had chances to win it before the tiebreak. Yeah, then I guess during the pandemic, he also said he was a little unmotivated to work on chess for a phase after the match and so on. Then there was the pandemic and he changed coaches and so on. That's Fabi. He's world class. So don't poke the Caro bear.
Yeah. Let me take a bit of a break. I feel very jealous of your coffee, so I'll go get myself one.
Sure. I need to hit a bathroom, so maybe we'll just take a very quick break, which will give people a chance to go to chessable.com/Peter, buy Peter's new course, because of course I already have my course, chessable.com/Jan, or check out chess24.com/ what's our code? I think ever since the Yanistan team got kicked out, we now have to promote the team that kicked us out. That's asking a bit much, but yeah. If you, for example, want to ruin another team and your name is Mr. Dodgy, you can join Team Alan and Hans in the ongoing team battles if you want to become a member of Team Alan and Hans. Now that the main competition has been eliminated, you can become one. If you're not a premium member yet, use the code Alan40, save 40%, join the team. I don't know why you would do that. They kicked us out. I'm very upset. See you soon.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody! My name is Jan Pomnishi, former World Chess Champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. easily off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only a butt slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody. Round 5 of the Tata Steel Masters in full swing. And is the world champion in trouble? Magnus Carlsen played a risky opening line against his former second and brother to world-class climber, Niels Grandelius. What's going on here? Niels did not play this queen b4, queen b3. The computer wanted, instead went bishop a4.
Yeah, this the machine likes less, unsurprisingly, because we're not winning the g5 pawn straight away, so it's a bit of an upgrade. Niels did take quite a bit of time on this decision, so he clearly disliked something about queen b4, queen b3, or perhaps he trusted his opponent a bit too much. Yeah, Magnus can now play d5, d4 and just preserve the pawn and also close down the situation in the center a little bit, further kill off the bishop on b2.
Will he, though? There's no point to be made for bringing the horsey.
Well, I mean, c2 is not hanging anymore, so yeah.
Understood.
Much riskier. Bishop b3, I guess, yeah. Bishop b3, queen b4, kind of try to get a setup going. Maybe queen b4 first, because here you probably go rook h4. Definitely compensation for black, yeah. I just don't know if it's enough. Queen b4 first seems playable.
Yeah. Somewhere. Yeah, I don't know. Just, I'd be scared with white. But Niels is a calculator, although Chad will now say he did blunder as expected. He didn't play the first line, but usually he's quite good at, keeping his cool in these sharp open positions. So he will probably not be scared on general grounds.
Yeah, I'm wondering if queen c4 a move at all here. It looks very artificial, but
it's not going to allow queen b4 check.
How bad is it, though?
It's not happening.
Yeah, but yeah, fair. But I actually absolutely agree with you. I was just wondering why is it so bad to win the pawn back and arguably maybe open the diagonal for the bishop. I will play bishop a8 here and claim that it's not immediately clear to me why this is so horrible, but I guess it is. Yeah, it just doesn't look. It doesn't look right, and also, yeah, there is like 0% chance it's actually going to happen, which is maybe the most relevant detail.
Maybe less.
Or less, yeah.
Magnus, thinking here. Is DE a move?
I think DE queen before check might just be very bad, right? And rook d7.
Ooh.
We did protect c2 for a reason. To be able to just go in positions like this. No, D is, I think, completely unplayable. Chat saying d4. I don't see why d4 is good. It's mainly just about not losing that pawn, and also yes, kind of closing down the bishop on b2, which is not an insignificant bonus. Because black will always have counterplay on the queen side if they survive sort of the immediate skirmishes. Try to go knight f7, knight d6, knight c4, or something like that.
Yeah, looks like Magnus is getting compensation, unlike Alireza. What's Jordan doing?
I think e6, I mean, he played knight to f3 specifically with the intention of playing e6. The big question is what Shah is doing, and Shah, I think, is trying to refute this by tactical means. So because he just played bishop e8, I think Shah might believe that he's winning by force here.
I don't understand anything. So c5.
Yeah.
Threatening cd and c4.
Yeah.
Throws in e6.
Yeah, because if he goes knight g5 straight away, there's knight g6, right? No, I think it's specifically knight g5.
No, this way.
And then knight takes e6, which is why we're trying to provoke fe so that, like, in comparison, if you don't start with e6, if you go knight g5 first, knight g6 attacks even more pieces, so I think black wins there. So he's trying to do this, and Shah says there will be nothing on e6 for you to attack, so I will do this, and I will still win material later. But it's very unclear. Like, if we start with knight g5 now...
Because of this, no? Has a position to...
Oh, yeah, that's
save the bishop.
Very solid option as well. But what happens after knight g5? I was just trying to calculate and kind of completely failing. Is he planning to go f5 or something? Maybe he's planning to go f5. Because I think knight g6 doesn't work, and I think after g6 we will also find what to do. But after f5, black currently has everything protected. The knight is still hanging, and c5, c4 is still happening. This looks very attractive for black, unless I'm missing some very simple tactics here, which is always possible. Maybe white goes knight f7 in this position. Knight g5, f5, knight f7. And kind of pops the question. Feels like you have to take, right? Because yeah, if the queen goes somewhere, knight takes f5 exists, and I'm not sure this is so great for black. A very cute variation here: c4, queen g3.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I like. This one I like.
That's a rare construction.
Yeah, this is a construction you don't very often see, to be honest, because normally people are not allowing this to happen. Yeah, this is a cute one.
Cute.
Yeah, so I think you kind of have to take on f7 twice. And then I was hoping I can find some clever tactic. Like I was... Yeah, one move earlier, I think, even. Takes, ef, rook takes. And I was hoping maybe knight c6 works, but I have a suspicion it doesn't. It's just a little bit too much, and bishop takes d5, but... Black does have everything pinned currently, but... even king h8 exists. Yeah, it never works. Okay, sorry. Yeah, king h8 is...
Unpinning.
Yeah, end of line. Didn't realize this exists. Then maybe my entire idea is rubbish.
Well, this was beautiful. Worth it. Even if it does more. And there's a lot of debate in the chat about what happened with Alireza last year. I didn't mean to poke that bear of a topic. But what did happen? So it was the last round. And I think they announced beforehand that if games are still running after whatever, 6 hours, they might have to move them because of a potential tiebreak and some TV cameras. And then, yeah, the Alireza game was still ongoing. He, because of these stupid tiebreak rules, which they changed for this year, could no longer share first place. I think if he won his game, he would be equal first on points, but not on whatever tiebreak was being used, right?
I think he would finish third,
him,
third in a tie for first, yeah.
He was playing Wojtaszek. So they told him to move because of the tiebreak being imminent, which obviously you don't want to happen. You never want players to have to move, be distracted during a game. But I read in chat that it was done on purpose to annoy him. That I don't know, because the way I understood it is that it was, announced beforehand and communicated to the players that, they might have to move games because of the tiebreak. Obviously, it was poorly handled, but I do not think that it was a plot, from what I heard, to upset Alireza in particular.
No, also
the question: why would you plot
exactly
as a tournament organizer?
I think the main thing against the plot theory is just the question, like, why would you ever want to do that? He's clearly a very important star for the future, who you would like to have a working relationship with. Like, well, what is there to gain? And the Wijk organizers really aren't there just to generate clicks. They've been around for long enough not to want some extremely short-term clicks to stand in the way.
You could argue it was a particular arbiter, I don't know which arbiter it was, that was trying to annoy Alireza. But if I was the arbiter, I'd be very unhappy to have to execute that task, because you probably know players won't be all that thrilled about being moved. My guess was that he was told, okay, you got to move them. And we told the players it's going to be fine. Tiebreak is coming. But I struggle to believe that there was a bigger or smaller plot with agenda involved there. Anyway, Alireza wasn't happy and he let people know. The organizers apologized, I think, for the way it was handled, not for the plotting. And for this year, I'm not sure. What I read or heard was, but I don't have any insight info there, is that, there was a financial negotiation and his demands weren't met. If that was just that he wanted too big a number, or later you heard that he demanded compensation for being moved the year before, I do not know. But with your interest in getting Alireza's dad as your manager, you might have more details on the topic.
Yeah, I still need to get in touch with Alireza Senior, and I will definitely make him disclosing all the details of all of that part of my personal negotiations with him to employ him as my manager.
Not a bad idea.
Me Manaher, yeah.
Mr. Dodgy Chess saying Jan is in the pocket of big arbiters. The plot thickens. All right, you got me.
Yeah.
I've been an arbiter lobbyist for many years now.
Absolutely, yeah. And those are very, very big pockets because they need to hold a lot of snacks.
That's for sure. Mr. Dodgy, Mr. Big Potato, calling me out for lobby. What was this position? Did we come to a conclusion? Knight g5.
No conclusion.
Yes. Bishop c2 threatens checkmate. We make some move. f5, g6. No.
Yeah, we kind of got distracted by the very exciting opportunity to talk nonsense. Shah clearly. I mean, c takes d4 is basically an immediate bailout with, I think, equality instead of bishop e8. f6 probably not very playable, but cd4 instead of bishop e8, I think, was reasonably safe way to equalize on the spot. So Shah clearly... actually, maybe that's not true. Maybe he's worse after CD4. I was trying to sort of promote the narrative. I was trying to promote the narrative that he had to do this. Yeah. Hang on a second, but is C5, C4 a move here? Maybe this is what we should be asking ourselves. Why hasn't this been played?
We will never know.
This does seem like a very, very logical move, to be honest.
That's true.
Why hasn't this been played? But it's all in the past anyway. And bishop e8, knight g5 is on the board now, allowing our f5 lines. Apart from f5, I'm not a believer in knight g6 working, but g7, g6 might be playable. It's very risky though. But no, f5 already on the board. Yeah, f5 always did seem like the likeliest reply. And now
what, Jordan?
Yeah, what now?
Do you agree that Ali Reza should hold a press conference like, I think it was Djokovic's father, where you have all of the chess trophies in the back? Addressing that situation? Nah, chat.
Nah.
I'm sure he wants to put it behind him as well.
The trophies or what?
I meant the whole controversy, but the trophy is also not a bad idea.
Yeah. I have some trophies behind me, but they are invisible because of the glorious virtual background that we're using.
Jordan. Has Jordan ever won anything? I do not think so.
You can play something like knight e2, c4, queen h3, but then after h6 more pieces start hanging. It doesn't seem very attractive. It looks like he might need to play knight f7, but those didn't really work. Like, those lines were not great. I'm very reluctant to consult an engine here, but I'm beginning to very much want to, because like I don't quite see where this is going for him. Seems to me like he's in trouble in so far every single line we've discussed, and that's no fun.
Chad also can't think of anything. You're never won. Yeah. keep pointing it out, Chad. What does he want?
Does he want things? Let's find out, but we're not finding out because he is still thinking. Yeah, but so far, it feels like there should be some kind of a sacrifice here that works for White, but I can't even figure out what to sacrifice apart from the move knight f7, which sacrifices very little, but also achieves very little. And yeah, the setup is surprisingly stable for how flimsy it looks at first glance, I think. Maybe queen h3, h6, knight df3, but there's just no mate there. I think we can take on g5 and just go bishop g6 and say you don't even have a check, let alone mate.
What was the line? Queen h3, h6, and what?
And knight df3, I thought maybe, but just doesn't look right. I mean, takes, bishop g6. Rook a4, h4, but we will always have c5, c4 to stop it, right? We can even throw it in earlier to make sure. Really doesn't look like White has anywhere near enough. Simply not enough attackers. Very confusing.
Knight f7 played. Engine not a fan. Let's see what Engine had to say about all this. Yeah, black is better. Want a queen h3, h6, and then knight f7.
And f7, apparently rook takes f7 is even stronger than bishop takes f7, which is also playable. Yeah, this is a kind of a position I wanted to get, but even that is not great for White. And the move order he chose, he is now arguably in quite a bit of trouble after rook f7, bishop f7, followed by c4 against any move, yeah?
Bishop takes, knight takes f5. That's the line here, because dc doesn't work. Good old Mamedyarov.
Yeah. It sort of plays slightly against him here. The fact that bishop takes f7 is still a very solid and a pretty decent move, but I think you do check rook takes f7 because, you know, it's a legal capture and it kind of reestablishes your threats. And once again, for as long as there are lines on my screen, your brain just refuses not to read them, and it's just so weird. Like in the position we have on the screen right now, after bishop c4, knight f5, queen f5, dc, rook a d1. It's just it's second nature by now just to notice these things. After rook a d1, it specifically goes queen e8, makes you play rook fe1, which is like the move I would make on my own, and then goes queen f8. And says this is the strongest way to convert for some reason.
Yeah.
These machine things.
Once you see it, I'm sure you can argue logically that weakening f2 was very important.
Yeah, I think it's actually rook d7, rook e8, and something is hanging on e1 is the reason. After queen f8, I mean, in that final position, rook d7 would have been a very strong move, but rook e8 actually gives black a hugely important tempo. But yeah, the engines these days are a marvel. Yeah, and then this is just much better for black. Not a guaranteed win or anything, but just a much, much better position, of course.
No Pazaran might be onto something here. He's saying, do GMs ever actually play the openings they make videos about? I noticed Lamy never seems to play the Stonewall Dutch, etc. Does El Svit play Grunfeld today / now?
Well, I
Peter,
don't
what do you have to say for yourself?
I don't play chess very much. I mean, in the past couple of years, just as everybody else, I assume. I haven't played very much chess over the board, but whatever chess I do play, yeah, I play the Grunfeld. I don't always play exactly what the course says because playing, you know, giving people such a huge target on my back and playing exactly the suggested line.
Wow, you lied in the course?
No, I don't consider that. I keep things like I keep second options for myself because otherwise, you know, letting people ask very pointed questions, even though I firmly believe nothing I say in either part of the course can be refuted. There's plenty of positions there where you can, you know, if you know you will get a certain position by move 20, you can ask some very pointed questions, which, you know, the state of my memory doesn't like this idea. So yeah, I do occasionally not play exactly what the course says, but very much still playing only the Grunfeld against 1d4. Pretty much no
further
exception.
questions, Your Honor. I also only play e4, e5 as my excellent Chessable course. As you can see, by many a quick e4, e5 draw on board 8 in the Bundesliga against 2,300 players. It's served me well all these years.
Absolutely. Yeah, this became kind of sharper than we expected.
Whoa. How did we get here?
Well, Sam played knight b6, which was always an interesting option, just provoking c5.
I spent all this time. c5 looks useful. But now you want to undermine, yeah?
Yeah, now we want to go for, like, the stone walls, I think, hugely improved if we get to play the stone wall here. E6, e5 is a plan to go for. Yeah, and after bishop b4, it's interesting that he played b6 after bishop b4, because bishop b4 does seem to be aimed specifically against that one plan. And you still do it anyway, which is a bit of an interesting interaction there. Like, I think I'd be very tempted just to go for mate, you know, quote unquote mate. If after bishop b4 we play knight e4, and I assume one of the plans bishop b4 is indicating is just going to attack the pawn on a4, which is going to be difficult to protect. But no, I mean earlier, like move 18. Just go knight e4, f5 and try to give mate here. There is a pawn on h4. Like, our attack on the king side will be much, much stronger than normal.
We can't blame Dubov for having developed any new pieces in the meantime.
Exactly, yeah. Like, go knight e4, knight c3, f5 and just go for it. But Sam instead played on the side which white seemingly brought some pieces to. All of this, of course, I don't play the Stonewall with either color. My opinions are very, very arbitrary.
Plötzlich, als ich angemacht habe, die nächste Folge, ich wollte so lange, bis ich nicht mehr will.
Hey, Nelly.
Und dann, als ich hier drauf gedrückt habe, kam der Film, der König der Löwen. Dann musst du mir unbedingt helfen.
Was ist das Problem?
Also ich habe ausgemacht, nur damit du mir helfen kannst, das wieder anzumachen.
Aber kannst du eine kurze Pause sowieso machen?
Nee, bitte komm so schnell.
Okay. Emergency.
Yeah.
Apparently, instead of the Lion's Guard, now the Lion King is on TV, and we don't want that. I'll be back.
Sure. There's been a suggestion in chat that bishop a5 is very strong now for Sam, which is non-obvious to me, but I can see how queen takes a8, queen takes b6 might be quite dangerous for Daniel here, because the queen on a8 seems to be in a lot of trouble. So I assume after bishop a5 we have to play b7, bishop b7, queen b7. Can we actually still do unspeakable things to this queen on b7 or not? Is the question. Can we get a glance on the Rapport game, or is that still theory? Definitely not theory. They've been on their own for a while. Enough of this chess. Please comment on the Lion King controversy, Peter. There is no controversy. Jan is displaying admirable parenting skills, which I very much endorse. Can't have Lion King instead of Lion Guard. So this will now get corrected, and then we will have our esteemed host back on air. This is a really, really sharp position, because like queen e7, rook fb8 ideas, or I think the queen still escapes somehow, because queen 6, queen takes a4, or queen c2 seems to provide white with enough squares. Don't know. Bishop a5 played. Sam seems to be very on point. So the assumption is that you can't even play this. Let's check. Maybe I can make knight c5 work, stopping both bishop b7 and bishop a6, because we've now controlled those squares with the knight. Queen takes b2, I can take on a5. Maybe knight c5, queen b2. But then even knight a3 maybe is possible. This is a very, very difficult position to analyze on the spot. But I guess knight a3, black is doing quite well after, for instance, bishop c3 and the knight is attacked. Or maybe bishop b4, attacking it further, allowing knight b5, then taking on c5, taking on e2. This looks extremely dangerous for white. So you have to take on a5, black takes on a1. And this looks pretty good for black. I'll say that much. It's still a sharp position, but it looks pretty good for black. You probably want to be playing c5, c6 here, just to kind of try to block in the bishop on c8 and create at least something in your position for white that you enjoy. But I'm not at all sure that a position like this is good for white. Might in fact be quite bad.
Crisis averted. What's happening here?
Sam played bishop a5, which is something that chat was saying is quite strong. And I've been trying to analyze queen a8, queen b6, knight c5. But I think b7 is a saner choice. I think even for Dubov, queen takes a8 is a bit of a it's too risky a move, and also not in the way that he likes his positions to be risky.
Yeah.
He likes to be attacking, not trying to, win some material and then die defending it. So yeah, I think that's just very, very unlike him, and because of that, I'm kind of heavily discounting that possibility. Bishop a5, b7 takes. I wondered for a sec there if black could be in time to just win that queen somehow, but I don't think so. Compensation should be quite sound though, because it will take a long time to get back home.
Oh, it's a lot of arrows already. Misselection.
Yeah.
All right. Big fight.
Yeah.
Dubov and Shankland, as mentioned. I think there might have been some betting going on, like obviously just for fun, for who pays dinner over the last year. And usually whenever Daniel had a chance, he would bet on Sam. So he's clearly a fan.
Okay. Or maybe he lost a bet that forced him to bet on Sam every time.
No. G5 by Vidit.
Yeah. Seems very aggressive, but I think it's actually a kind of a standard way to set up on the king side in these types of positions. This is now, in some strange fashion, this is somewhat reminiscent of the Rook E1 anti-Berlins. Although some of the pieces are obviously not where they're supposed to be, but structure-wise, you do get these things happen there. And f6 g5 with the bishop on g6 is very much a setup that you see there, just to take away some squares from the white pieces and set your own pieces up on comfortable positions.
But knight, rim, dim.
That knight is
just exchange the others here.
Yeah, I think a potential slight issue for Vidit here is that if after white plays knight g3, which is already possible in the next move, instead of, let's say, your knight g2, there is now a piece. There's now a piece in the way of the bishop on c7, right? So if you just play bishop g6 here, queen takes b7 might very well just be winning immediately, because there is no bishop takes h2 check. Which might mean that he has to take. And I don't know if he wants to take this early. Also, which piece does he take with? Probably the bishop, actually, right? Because the knight on e4 is a little bit too important. So we go like bishop g3, hg, knight c7 here or something.
Yep.
But this feels very risky strategically. Because if white manages to push the knight away from e4, you might be in a lot of trouble. Even an extremely slow plan here of like knight h2, f1, and then f3 might be quite annoying.
Also, why not knight d2? Well, keep this knight. Put it here. Eventually.
Yeah, nothing really against that either. Every time we return to this position, I try to calculate knight e takes c5, rook takes e3, and knight takes c5 over again. But I don't think it ever works. It just always kind of loses immediately to something. Yeah, bishop takes f5 here, for instance, or next move. Or yeah. But my brain just refuses to let go of this idea somehow. So I just do it in circles over and over again. Yeah, completely pointless.
How's Magnus doing?
Well, he did play d4 as we expected. Bishop b3 is also a very natural move. You kind of expect knight f7 here because you would like to have options after queen b4 check, which is a potential follow-up. Also, you want the rook on h8 to be in play, so knight f7 does seem like the most natural move you can make. Yeah, for exactly all of these reasons. I'm still not sure how happy are we after queen b4 check. I guess we just go queen e7. Like it's kind of a weird situation where we're a pawn down and we are playing against an opponent with a bishop pair. But I think we're actively looking for endgames. Somewhat surprisingly, because I think with the bishop on b3, we are never going to be giving mate. And we might actually get in trouble if we continue.
There some played.
Yeah. So I was wondering, like, if king g8, what I would like to happen for white is for white to be able to play f3, f4 as early as possible, but immediately maybe it doesn't work yet because of bishop takes e4 and the c2 pawn is hanging. I don't really care about the rook on h1 very much, but the c2 pawn is extremely important. In the meantime, the entire line is on the board in the Jordan versus Shah game, so Shah is better. Question is how much better.
Oops, sorry. Here we are. Yep.
Yeah. All of that we've discussed. We know the machine evaluation, but the position is still reasonably sharp. And also, I've been wondering why bishop takes a6 is not a good move, because clearly picking that pawn up and perhaps playing bishop b7 and a6 would be a way to improve white's chances significantly. But I guess you just never get to play bishop b7. I suspect the move here is knight d6, and then your pieces are kind of stuck. Knight d6, bishop c5, and then the bishop on a6 starts looking a bit silly.
Let's find out. Yeah, very good. Knight d6 winning.
Yeah, had to be the explanation for why no bishop a6. Jordan's still thinking, though. Yep. He also realizes that maybe things have not gone according to plan exactly, so he needs to invest some time into this position, trying to find how to pose the most problems.
Chet is making fun of my hair. Chet, I'm a human being. I have feelings and hair.
That was mine.
Still hair. So
that was
please
my line.
That's just wrong. And the other chat is debating if Little Mermaid or The Lion King. Personally, I think The Lion King is a more effective movie. Also, Little Mermaid has a somewhat strange message, maybe, that, yeah, Ariel is just willing to leave everything behind for a man she's laid eyes on once. And also, it's a bit dumb to sell Ursula, who's fairly thinly disguised as an evil witch. Your voice just for, yeah, I don't know.
I recently read a very nice short story about mermaids, which I will actually post in chat. I think I'm allowed to post links, right? Very much recommend it, guys. If you're into reading at all, this is a good short story. Puts a slightly different spin on the idea of the mermaid-human interaction.
I also agree that Triton does not seem like a pleasant dad. While Lion King, what's not to like? Such a heartwarming classic. It's pity they didn't leave it alone and had to make this sort of live action, motion capturing, whatever you want to call it, movie. Lion King is good stuff. Grunewald is saying it does have the classic Under the Sea song. Hakuna Matata? Doesn't ring a bell? Anyway, my daughter is firmly Team Little Mermaid. But I do enjoy the Lion King.
Yeah, people, my standing with this chat, I think ever since the I take the shoes off on flights discovery, my standing with the Chess24 chat has been, you know, in steep decline. And they're now refusing to click on my mermaidsmonthly.com link for fear of bad things happening to their computer. I feel very upset. Like, would I ever do anything bad to you guys?
Probably if they were ever on a train or airplane with you.
Apart from that one setting. You know, the reading recommendations I provide during these streams are top-notch.
It's a Rickroll chat. Don't click on it.
Yeah. Very good short story.
We're no strangers to love. You know the rules, and so do I. What's going on here?
I have no idea. Yeah, it's become very, very unclear. Not that it has been clear at any point, but yeah, how are we replying to d3 exactly?
How did we get here?
Yeah, why is there a king on f8? There are so many questions. The king, I think, went to f8 specifically to be able to play h6, which I can sort of understand, even though it's just such an unusual move to make in an opening.
e8, b4, a5. So far, it looks like stuff they do here. King f8. Very deep. Might be brilliant. But it's very deep. Also preparing h6.
And I think also it's a kind of a testament to how difficult it is for both sides here to make any kind of a constructive move. So, yeah, queen b3, just to have the option of playing bishop h4 after h6, I can sort of relate. Because I think White very much also invested a lot in the idea of not ever taking on f6 here. Because if you imagine White having to take on f6 and developing black pieces for them, you definitely aren't very much in love with that idea. Having said all of that, is e2, e4 not a move here? I thought this is what they were doing.
Clicking I used to do. I recall this is a common theme in these positions. To get your pieces out without running into any e3, e4 or whatnot. I don't know. I guess black still has decent play. Should we go b6 or h6?
I think we start with h6, takes the knight takes, and the point is that like bishop d3 looks very normal, but then knight h5, knight f4 might be, and also rook a3. Yeah, so you have to play bishop b2, I suspect, instead. And then you go rook a2, maybe already maybe time for b6, but I don't know. Rook a2 maybe prevents. We have queen b3. I appear to be very intent on never finishing a single sentence, but. Yeah, really messy position, but this is what I expected to happen. And instead we have what we have on the screen right now, where...
Does but yeah count as a full sentence? Maybe it does. I was going to call you out for not finishing that sentence. But yeah.
Is but yeah the new incarnation of yeah?
In chess, I think it's more common to start every sentence with well, and then take it from there.
That's that
chess interviews I watched.
That joke didn't work then. That was a yeah joke. I don't know what's
missed it.
What's
sorry, do it again. I apologize. But also,
yeah. Also, he is maybe, from what I understand, and I'm really not a huge huge specialist on the subject. Maybe he is less. Yeah, I'm just gonna give up. Yeah. What's happening with Kanye these days?
I don't know. I stopped following Kanye.
Yeah.
My best guess is he's making some controversial headlines, but I'm out.
Yeah. So that was where I was going with this. That he is now but yay instead of just yay. But
right. Good stuff.
Very funny. Was met with tremendous success. Anyway, e3 d3 played, and yeah, I'm very confused. Like, how is he supposed to finish development now? Is he planning to just give up this piece and say it's all according to plan? Just go like, I don't know, knight e4, rook e4, bishop f6, bishop takes d3, castles, and claim that he's fine? That would be one way to finish development, and the other would be to play something like f3 or, God forbid, g4. And then bishop g2 and claim that he is fine that way. But I kind of disbelieve either claim.
What else? We need these people.
Yeah. Is f3 genuinely playable? Oof. Feels like g5, knight e5 happens and you regret many of your life's choices, right? Like ef queen takes d3 I can believe is playable actually. Like if ef queen d3 happens, I can very much imagine this being fine for white. But I don't think EF ever happens. I think black goes G5. Maybe we sacrifice this piece then. But yeah, let's try bishop G3.
Doesn't look that clear, does it?
Yeah, actually it doesn't look bad at all. Yeah, I was very skeptical, but maybe this is how we go. We just undermine it straight away, and we don't care if the position gets even further broken apart because our pieces start finally to come out.
You're tearing me apart, Lisa. What do we do? EF, then Queen D3.
Yeah, I want to go Queen D3. Yeah. And here there's a funny idea of going Knight G4, but there's never any mate. It's just a funny idea. Bishop D8 F2, and I was briefly excited, but King on A2 is extremely safe. Also, Knight takes F3 wins on the spot after Bishop Knight G4, so it nothing works there. Yeah, currently F3 seems to be my sort of front runner for what Ricci means to do.
What a mess.
Yeah. Honestly, an unbelievably exciting round. Yep. I don't think I've seen a round with this many completely unclear positions by 2 hours in a long time. Even by Wijk standards, this is tremendous. There's not a single boring position that we can see. I think the closest we have is the Dubov position, and it's nowhere near boring.
Let's do a brief tour through all the excitement. Giri, Vidit, Anish still taking time to decide what to do. It looks like Anish is somewhat better, but he's also been using quite a bit of time here. Giri on -1 against tournament leader Vidit. Of course, big game if Anish were to win this one. Niels Grandelius versus Magnus Carlsen. Niels just played Queen B4 check. Was black do 96?
Chad was also saying that Magnus is now better for the first time in the game, and apparently even King G8 is playable, which is extremely annoying because you're pawn down, White has bishops, and you self-pin yourself again, and apparently your position is completely fine. Bishop bad, Rook H4, King H8, or Rook H4, King H7 is, I guess, the plan, or Rook H3, yeah. Just stopping any kind of play on that side, and then black will finally start creating threats. And once they do come, they probably are quite strong. Still such an unusual position.
But then for now, of course, could change anything, any move. Magnus's very daring strategy seems to be paying off. He went for this extremely sharp line. Then, yeah, apparently mixed up the moves even. But Niels did not punish him, apparently. The punishment was check.
Yeah.
Like Queen B3. This didn't happen. And since then, things have improved for the world champion.
Yeah, King G8 not played yet, but if it is, supposedly it's the best move in the position right now. Yeah, he definitely gets very double-edged. Yeah, this one we haven't revisited in a bit. Feels like Fabi completely stabilized, and Andre will now have to search for a way to justify giving up some material earlier. Is B2 B4 ever move here? Kind of a seamless segue. I mean, it might be playable, but I don't think it's good.
Yosha Iglesias telling us D5 is a typical liberation move in the Sicilian.
Thank you.
I think that we're aware of, but in this particular position, it's not that typical as the same position. And D5 with the king in the center, and this pawn hanging with check, I'm not sure how typical it is. But yeah, point taken.
Yeah.
B4.
I think there's a number of issues with this. First of all, C takes B3 is, I mean, perfectly fine. I was kind of trying to play Queen takes C5 there, but I don't think it works. But even if black, let's say, goes Knight 7 takes G6 here, I still don't like it for white. Just Bishop C5, Queen somewhere. C6, I don't know, A6, wherever. A6 probably. But the reason I'm suggesting before is that I feel like maybe the time is a bit running out for white here. Because we have no threats. I think the pawn on G6 is legitimately hanging right now, which we will not enjoy because with them we'll be 2 down for no particular reason. There are simplifications available along the D file, and I'm struggling to generate a single thread. So all of these things point in the direction of needing to do something immediately. I just don't know what. Maybe 95 is
Ich
still
habe gesagt, du hast
playable.
schon alle Folgen geguckt jetzt. Das ist das Problem. Garde der Löwen ist fertig. Nee, du hast schon so viel geguckt. Mach mal eine Pause, mach mal aus. Jetzt kurze Pause. Später ein bisschen mehr oder so.
Okay. Aber darf ich dann nachher den Film gucken?
Wenn ich fertig bin, können wir gucken, wie spät es ist, dann diskutieren wir.
Aber wenn Oma Jonas ins Bett geht, kann ich dann den Film gucken?
Ich komme vorbei und dann gucken wir, wie spät es ist. Some debate here. So my daughter finished watching every episode of The Lion's Guard. And there's a lot of episodes, like 50 or something. This has been going on for a while, The Lion's Guard. And she's now wondering if she can watch The Lion King, debated here earlier. I said no, because I'm a very, very strict parent. But I think she is now telling her grandma, my mom, who's up there watching her, that I said she can watch the movie once her little brother goes to bed, which will mean she will now start scheming for Jonas to go to bed as quickly as possible.
But that should be good, right? That's a win, or at least a win in part, right?
If he accepts to go to bed, but I doubt he will at 4 p.m. So yeah, a lot of stuff going on here. Anyway, Karana doing well, and Jordan did take on a6. Queen f3.
Yeah, queen f3, and I'm trying to choose between bishop c5 and bishop takes f2, but I think bishop c5 is just much better than bishop takes f2 on general grounds. I don't like opening the f1 rook. I don't like giving white more files. And in general, like if you win both pawns, if you win both f2 and a5, then of course, by all means, take on f2. But I have a feeling we might have a tough time winning the a5 pawn if we take on f2. And then we've just made our conversion problems much worse. So yeah, I'd rather play bishop c5 in particular because queen f3 seems to indicate that Jordan is just planning to give up on the a5 pawn altogether, just play, I don't know, bishop d3, bishop b2 or something, and then we preserve both of our bishops and pick up the pawn that we want to pick up.
Yep, do it. Jordan in trouble today. Has Jordan lost a game in Wijk aan Zee? Like, when's the last time he lost in Wijk? He didn't lose one when he won the tournament. Has he lost one this time around?
My guess would be not yet, but he might lose today. Yeah. Let me check. Is this only his second year? I thought he played earlier as well.
No, he played the year before, and he had
no, but I mean
a lot of games there.
Before
he also won a lot of games.
He lost to Ricci in round 2 this year already, so.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's the collapses, yeah.
Exactly. All right, you're in trouble. Rapport played h3. Yeah, why hurry?
Yeah, Ricci is just in a class of his own. Like, he is just so completely unruffled by life.
Not sure.
Just h3 with the intention of playing g4 and bishop g2 and just, you know, come out in a classical way.
Fair enough. Ain't worry about nothing.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And yeah, chat saying h3 was the first line of the strong engines. Yeah.
Good job.
Time for the hot take, Ricci good at chess, which I think both of us very much endorse.
Yeah.
And Magnus has played king g8 in the meantime.
Magnus also good at chess?
Yeah. on a similar topic, yeah. Magnus also not bad at this game, yeah. Because I think like you have to fight quite seriously against the, like, every instinct in your body saying, don't pin your pieces. Like, there are other options. Just go queen e7 here. That endgame is not that bad. And it really isn't. It's just that king g8 is a much more double-edged, much more ambitious try. But yeah, I think the biggest problem with that move is just to kind of force your mind to consider it.
He's done it.
Yeah.
Continue our tour. Oh, look who's back. Warum?
Weil ich so aufgeregt bin auf Fernsehen.
Du bist so aufgeregt nach dem Fernsehen?
Und ich bin so süchtig.
Ich weiß, dass du so süchtig bist, aber das ist nicht gut.
Aber ich bin so süchtig.
Ja, müssen wir ein bisschen Fernsehentzug machen. Ich muss mal ein bisschen arbeiten, ey. Gehst du ein bisschen hoch und kannst du vielleicht noch was in deinem Buch ausmalen?
Papa, ich frage Oma mal schnell, ob sie ganz schön schnell.
Ich wusste, dass du das sagst. Jonas muss doch nicht schlafen.
Aber vielleicht ist er sehr müde.
Das kann sein. Yep. Yeah. So she's saying she would really like to watch The Lion King now because she's very addicted to watching TV, which I think is not a good reasoning, but it's a genuine point. And since I wasn't convinced, she's now, as expected, trying to convince my mom to put her brother to bed. So the time has come. I'll keep you posted.
So, have you given your parental permission for The Lion King yet, or you're still fighting it?
No, I'm still hanging in there, but I have a feeling I'm not gonna lose that fight. I'm not gonna win that fight.
Yeah.
Rook ft1. Who's gonna win this game?
I think Sergei is in a very decent spot, but I don't know if he is, better enough for us to start considering him a huge favorite. Because I think there's really no attack on the king side, meaning that black currently just has a reasonably healthy extra pawn in the center, which is obviously not nothing. You can maybe even spend a tempo on something like knight e7. I still think bishop takes c4 is unplayable after it because of rook c8, as far as I could calculate. So we can play this, unless we feel like this move actually worsens our position, and then we can play something like queen b5 and then a5. And yeah, normally white gets some kind of a kingside play to compensate for a pawn sacrifice like this, but I don't know. White, I think, is many moves away from actually getting anywhere on the king side. So yeah, looks like Sergei's opening surprise has definitely paid off.
Yeah, no, I'm still a bit surprised. Like, kudos to the spirit. But take the pawn back. No, have you never seen this? Take the pawn, take it from there.
Maybe he wasn't sure it actually takes the pawn back, but yeah, maybe he was worried.
Pretty good at chess.
Yeah, not casting any aspersions on Duda's chess abilities. Just I think there are some sharp replies to b3, which could have maybe spooked him a little bit. But yeah,
like what?
No idea. Do I have to actually substantiate anything I say or everything I say? It just feels like it's a
no. Just as president of the Chicken Chess Club, I feel strongly for when out of book, try to equalize number of pawns ASAP, and people thinking differently. They're just, I don't know,
not chicken enough. Yeah,
they're just not chicken enough.
Yeah, we deplore those people.
Last but not least, Dubov Shankland.
Yeah, this is what I've been trying to calculate while you went on one of your little breaks earlier. How good this position is. I guess the way for black to play this would be to play rook fb8, queen a4, bishop c3, and you do get a very weird kind of position because I don't think white gives up. Maybe white does give up a queen though, like queen a8 and knight c3. I think we're quite happy here with white, right?
Yeah, this I would.
So maybe bishop b6. Maybe bishop b6 instead. But then I'm worried about queen b4. This is why I played bishop c3. Because I'm not quite sure how we win the pawn back, which is very annoying. If not for queen b4, like if we actually get the position I was planning to get to, let's say bishop b6, queen c2, bishop takes d4, I think black has decent compensation there. But currently, yeah, we're just not getting that position somehow. White is able to avoid it regardless of where the bishop goes. We can start with, yeah, maybe we can start with this. Yeah. But queen b4 anyway, I suppose.
Must go even further.
Whoa.
a3 played.
Not a move we considered at all. And actually a very good move. Yeah, I like this a lot. Because knight a3, rook fb8 is going to be a... Hang on, but then I can maybe play queen c6, right? Maybe this is just a draw.
Continue the dance.
Yeah, it looks like it's just a draw for like rook c8, rook b8 here. It does make an immediate draw, but it doesn't win the game for black. For a second there, I thought maybe Sam found a way to just get a large advantage, but I don't think he has anything better than very comfortable equality, and not even equality, kind of end of game type equality.
So the game ends here. Move repetition.
I don't believe in BA. Like BA, you can't. I don't think you can make me make that move. And what else can you even play then? B4 rook fb8 doesn't look right. B3 we are not going to even talk about, right? And BA rook fb8 once again. Like, why is this an improvement?
Not playing for a win.
No, no. So I guess we take with the knight, rook fb8, we play queen c6. Because in this position, if you go queen a4, bishop c3 will be quite strong, I assume.
Knight a3 played.
Yeah.
Rook fb8 also blitzed out.
Yeah, seems like extremely likely here to end in that repetition we just indicated, because yeah, I think declining it doesn't really work too well for either side. And Andre actually played before, I think.
He did it. And Fabi took.
Yeah, I think this is the problem, yeah, that...
It's called en passant chat.
Yeah. That queen takes c5 is just not a good enough move to warrant being played. And after AB, black can... Yeah, BA king a1, and then I just take on c5 and take on g6, and I couldn't make anything work there. It seems like just we're kind of shedding pawns for no reason. 3 down currently for still no particular compensation. So he's gone rook d8 first. I don't know what that changes. I assume rook takes, because queen takes c5 would actually create a threat for white. I don't think that makes any sense. So rook takes. Maybe he wants to go a takes b3. I mean, it's not entirely unreasonable. Just take on b3 and say I will take on c5 later. If you don't protect it. Wait for black to play rook c8 and play something like bishop h3 or knight d5 or what have you.
AK theorist is asking about the en passant rule. No problem, we've covered this in great detail in the past. We're experts. So this pawn advances 2 squares. This is a funny situation because you could capture it the normal way or the French way, which rarely happens. But here, this pawn advances 2 squares. Now black can capture this pawn with this pawn or with the other pawn. He could take like this, the pawn disappears. Drawback is here, it's not very good because the queen gets taken. And
it's a very beautiful pawn structure.
Triple pawns. But there's also plan B, which is a so-called en passant. C takes b3. You pretend that the pawn only advanced 1 square. And if it advanced 1 square, you could take like that. You can do that If the pawn from the starting position advances 2 squares and lands next to a pawn of yours, you can only do it right after the move has been made. So you can't wait here for another move and now do it. See, this would never work in any well-written software, which is why it refuses this move. So you have to do it instantly. Play c takes b3. And that's what happened here. It's called en passant. Or, as we say in Germany, im Vorbeigehen.
Does Chess24 also have this rule, or is it a FIDE thing, says I know English?
No, I think it's universally recognized. Because if you didn't have that, you spend all this time gaining space with your pawn, and then your opponent says Roffel, which is a thing people say in 2022, and just walks right by your pawn, and you can't do anything about it. That's not right. So you need the en passant. There you go. Anish, I'm reading knight h4. Okay, take. Maybe. Fun stuff is saying, and you can only play en passant with your left hand. That depends. That is the case if you're right-handed. But if you're left-handed, you can only play with your right hand. So gotta be careful there. It's like Ned Flanders got into trouble. So knight h4, white is better?
Possibly, yeah, but even if GHF3 and black has no tactical reply whatsoever, which appears likely, I just don't mind the idea of allowing you to take on e4 and taking with the bishop, and I'm not sure of my position. Like, if I play something like queen h7 here, just to make sure in the end of that line I don't blunder queen g6 check somewhere. Just play this, fe, bishop takes. Bishop takes, maybe even rook takes. I don't know if I need to take with the queen. Let's go rook takes, knight c3, rook e6, for instance, yeah. I'm not sure I'm doing that poorly with black here. Yeah, takes, takes. Yes, I still have the idiot knight on a6. And the pawn on h4 is weak though, right? Yeah. With that pawn on h5, I would make a claim that maybe we're doing quite okay, but the pawn on h4 is weak. Yeah, maybe.
Quick question, chat. If g4, what could black do? Correct, very good. En passant. Yeah, he didn't play knight takes h4.
He didn't play knight, yeah, he played knight g2, which is a... I mean, it also establishes a very strong threat of f2, f3, so maybe he thinks Vidit doesn't have a particularly good way of dealing with that threat, whatever he does. But that is a kind of a... an unsafe...
don't like it.
Yeah. So what do we do here with black? I can still play my queen h7 move, surprisingly. f3, knight d6 seems to work. But it's probably a bit artificial.
Do you have any threats? If I go h3, you just play g3? What you want?
I think we... Yeah, but the question is, can I actually play f3 and try to win the game on the spot? But yeah, I don't know.
Probably can.
It's confusing.
So that is a threat.
Yeah, I thought f3 was a threat. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, h3 is maybe one of the moves which could maybe ignore it, but I couldn't find any made there. Actually, can we continue this for a second? h3, f3, take on g2, fe queen h7. Or maybe the immediate queen h7 is better, I don't know. Same position though, fe, hg, but I have a feeling knight g3 is winning here, annoyingly. You do get to give a check from h1, but it doesn't really win you anything.
I hear some controversy upstairs. I do know the Lion King would fix it, but is it worth it? I don't know.
How's the grandparental relations in general?
Not sure. I think my mom's too nice. She's not a feared authority figure like me. So maybe sometimes my daughter might be testing limits a little there. And I'm sure limits are mainly TV watching time limits. But yeah, other than that, all good.
But I think that's sort of the point. I think that's sort of the point of grandparents, or at least that's what I kind of assumed. And also, I think that's what I read somewhere, that this dynamic is actually, despite many parents being very annoyed at this is a healthy dynamic where parents are the ones imposing strict rules, but there is also this kind of a benevolent figure which is there specifically to spoil the kids rotten.
No, that I'm perfectly fine with. I just want Nelly to be nicer.
Does Peter have grandchildren yet? Yeah, not to my knowledge, but yeah, it's a real concern.
Fun stuff is saying, unless grandparents are also parent. Last time I checked, most grandparents are parents.
Yes, that
you mean acting
normally,
parents? Okay,
that's normally how that works. But
Niels made a move.
Yeah, Niels played Rook G2, which I think is kind of a combination defensive aggressive move. He wants to double on the G file and maybe create some threats. The issue is, if Black like sets up with G5, King G7, Rook H4, I think that setup is pretty much unbreakable. So even if you double everything on the
how do you set up?
In some order. Let's go Rook H4 right away, so that I never blunder H4 later. You play
G5,
G5, King G7, yeah. If that setup happens, I think White will take a long time to create a single threat against it, which is a bit of a concern, because then Black gets a free hand to do something on the other side of the board. Well, I'm not sure what that other side of the board produces, but it's very safe. And there might be even more ambitious things. Like you can play Rook H3 right now, and I don't know if White actually needs to pay attention to the F3 pawn, or if Niels is actually planning to sacrifice it somehow by playing Rook G1, Rook G2. Kingfisher says, I don't get it. Why not H4 for White there instead of Rook G2? Yeah, that would be my choice as well. I suspect we might be slightly influenced by engines, but... or not, yeah, apparently no. But I think H4 is a very logical move here, just to prevent...
Rethinkers. H4, Bishop A6.
Ah, yeah, Bishop B2 actually is a very annoying threat. As is Bishop C4, a kind of a positional idea of liquidating it into a pawn down endgame, which might be bad for White, for all we know. So yeah, I think Rook G2, yeah, that's an additional reason to play Rook G2 here.
Early, still a good move.
But yeah, but somehow, even here, I think specifically because of how annoying Rook B8 is. Shockingly, after Rook B8, the White Queen has very, very few squares. So yeah. Apart from all the Rook H something moves, Bishop A6 might be very strong.
Mr. Magnus, 45 minutes left, and Niels has spent a lot of time. Especially if we consider that he blitzed out the first 18 moves. Now we're on move 23, and he has 15 minutes left. So
yeah,
some time has been spent.
He definitely has been burning the oil.
Burning the candle on both sides.
Yep. Queen H7 played by Vidit, a move that creates a very comfortable way of meeting F3 with either knight G3 or knight D6. Both are now completely fine. And just generally, I think, a useful move to be making in these types of positions.
Now that I have computer running, what does it say? I had once knight H4.
And says why actually the line that we gave is not actually that far away from being decent play by both sides. Yeah? Either queen takes or rook takes on rook E7. I didn't guess rook E6 right. You have to go rook e7, rook h7 here, which I didn't appreciate, just to save the pawn on h4, and that's probably not great, yeah. The closer we get to this position, the more it likes it for white.
Yeah. Knight on the rim, so Anish missed a chance there. Knight takes h4. Now, Vidit seems comfortable.
Yeah, definitely feels like it's going to be much harder for white to challenge the entire setup.
Queen h7 strong.
Yep. Whoa. Lots of very unusual developments in the Duda Kayakin game.
Duda Kayakin? Who?
Yeah, that's not the pawn structure we left with, yeah. He did go knight e7, a move I suggested was playable, and Duda instantly just cashed in the knight takes d5 chip and went for it. And yeah, like allowing f5, even though the machine doesn't hate it, like I...
Hältst du noch so lange durch? Ich muss noch so lange arbeiten. Aber nee, du musst nicht zu Oma sein. Sonst sind wir heute gar nicht mehr Fernsehen. Und kriegst du das hin? Ja, ne?
Ich bin doch immer nett.
Bist du mal nett? Das ist gut.
Nur das eine Mal.
Das eine Mal am Streit? Okay, dann ist gut.
Das kann ich doch immer nett tun.
Wunderbar.
Merkst du das denn nicht?
Ich bin ja nicht da. Hast du da ein Malbuch oben?
Ja.
Ja. Dann mal noch ein bisschen was aus. Und ich komme um 6 und mach dir den Film an, okay?
Ja. Aber wenn es zu gruselig wird, komme ich nach unten und sag dir, dass es zu gruselig ist. Aber dann sollst du kommen, okay?
Okay. Ich glaube, König der Löwen ist nicht zu gruselig, oder?
Ja, nur ein bisschen Ska ist.
Ska ist ein bisschen gruselig, wenn man stimmt. Und die Hyänen vielleicht, ne? Schattenreich.
Aber das heißt nicht Schattenreich,
Schattenland? Ah, Entschuldigung.
Und das geweihte Land.
Das geweihte Land, ja.
Und nicht Schattenreich und Schatten und geweihte Reich.
Okay, dann geh hoch. Wir essen noch lecker Milchreis. Und ein bisschen. Um 6 kommen wir den Film an. Und wenn es zu gruselig wird, kommst du wieder. Abgemacht? Sehr gut.
Dann mache ich nur kurz den aus und dann kommst du. Und dann komme ich hierher, machst du wieder an, gucken wir weiter zusammen, okay?
Alles klar. Wow. Peter left during my expert parenting. Apologies, some tough negotiations ongoing here. So let's jump to the current position in the Duda.
So how is the Lion King situation? I caught the very end of it, and
current agreement is with proper conduct until 6 p.m. The movie will then be switched on and watched until a scary moment is reached, in which case the movie will be interrupted. Nelly will come down to report and continued once I'm done. Broadcasting, if that's what we want to call it. That's the current arrangement, but
of course that's what we want to call
I
it.
insisted on some clauses like be nice to grandma until 6 p.m. Eat your rice. So it could still go either way.
Fair enough. So yeah, as we were discussing when we were interrupted by the more important business, after I fall like move 19, I think there must be some temptation to make the f4-5 push slightly less easy to play.
Yeah, move your f-pawn. Why can't you do that?
Yeah. Machine doesn't like it all that much, but I think from a human perspective, just going f5, a5, and then thinking, okay, I have no weaknesses, I will never have any weaknesses, and eventually I will win because I have a protected passer on the queen side. Would have been quite attractive to me, but yeah. Machine doesn't hate what Sergei has done, just a allow f5, allow e6 and play. It's not a huge fan of g6 though, seemingly.
Machines, what do they know? All right, so Kayakin's in good shape, but things have changed. Is this one
Why is this? How did they? Hang on a second. Ah, so he played queen c6 and then played queen a4 with the rook on c8, which is quite clever, allowing him to play bishop c3, queen b3, which wouldn't have been an option otherwise. And now rook b8, knight b5, and Sam chose to take on b2 here and not on d4, which is, I think both are playable, but
yeah, computer's still running here, so. Much smarter than usual, but yeah, this seems to favor white.
Yeah, this one normally ends in a draw. Normally the pressure against the a2 pawn becomes at some point so strong that you have to divert all of your attention to just not losing it, and black gets enough counterplay. So I think it's a good choice by Sam, yeah. Also nicely spotted by Daniel that he did not have to allow the threefold and the game could continue, which I definitely didn't. Rook c1 played. Yeah, white only actually preserves the d4 pawn here by a very nifty tactical trick, but maybe not. Once again, I'm getting corrupted by the first line.
I'll switch it off.
Yeah,
no more nifty tactical tricks.
Yeah, the nifty trick I was talking about was briefly the first line looked like rook c8 here. Rook c2, rook 8, a4, and the machine was playing knight e1 in this position, waiting for e4 and then giving a check and going knight c2. Yeah, the usual machine nonsense, and it wasn't giving white any advantage. Not in this position. This position probably won for white, but of course rook takes d4 is very far from force. You can play like g4. It very much likes in general the idea of playing g5, g4 here for black. So I think it goes g5 at the first.
It's the kind of move that really annoys you if your opponent does this in a practical game. He plays 91 and you think, ugh.
Yeah.
Anyway, sort of a quiet position now, I guess.
Yeah.
Very close to full compensation.
Definitely the quietest game of the round, and still it was quite a messy game in which I think both players tried to be as imaginative as possible. Jordan found an interesting thing in his game. So Shah after h4, h5, like, yeah, this is exactly the line that they're playing now. I think the point of c4 is that Jordan now wants to play bishop h7 check. Yeah, he's already played it. And I guess Shah is just going to play king f8 and say, I don't believe you have anything there. And honestly, I think maybe white doesn't have anything there. Like bishop g6, knight f6, and there is no good checks. So the pawn on c4 doesn't actually get one back. Because otherwise, if you have to take on h7, I think that might be a draw, like more or less immediately.
White needs something quickly, and white needs something quickly.
So takes, we give a check from b7. Or maybe rook c1, yeah, maybe rook c1 is good. Rook c1.
We get that pawn, at least we're not losing.
Yeah, I think we save the game if we get the pawn on c4. So maybe this is just fine, right? Like queen b4 or somewhere, and we go even queen c3, queen bishop f2, king g2, but then there's queen bishop b7. Yeah, maybe we can do that. Maybe it's kind of tricky. On the other hand, like if the c pawn survives, we resign. So it's obviously a very high risk strategy, but. Yeah, king f8 played, allowing knight f6 without the trade of the bishops. I think you resign straight away, so you have to go bishop g6 here, I assume. There's no way not trading the bishops is ever correct. Is queen c7 stronger here? Or maybe, yeah, queen c7 or queen... No, okay. Shah not interested. Bishops will get traded. And then the big question, is it rook c1 or is it a sequence of checks? Because the sequence of checks is actually not as stupid as I originally thought. Queen b7, unless bishop b7 wins.
Fair point.
But I'm not sure it does. Yeah, we can wait for Jordan to make a move, or we could try calculating. The point is, after queen b7, if you go king g6, queen b1 check is actually, it forces you to go back. And if you go to the 8th, I think queen c8 check is very annoying, because once again, you aren't really avoiding the checks properly. So it's bishop e7, and now I want to play rook c1, and I want to try to get at the pawn this way.
Poor pawn.
Yeah, queen c5, I suppose. Queen a6, c3. Do we actually win the pawn? I would like to find like a cleverer move here than queen a6, but I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Queen f3, maybe? Queen f3 in order to pin the knight on f6 and play queen c3 next move. This might be a draw. This might be Jordan actually getting away with one.
Hanging around. What's going on here?
No idea.
Queen b2, queen e7. Pragnanda is saying I'm fine with the endgame because you don't have any piece developed. But Rapport, not interested. These pieces are still not coming out anytime soon, but apparently they're not needed.
Yeah. Hostpod says, growing up, Prag was my hero. I wish him the very best. That, you know, implies very interesting questions about Hostpod's own age.
Yeah.
Are you 8?
But then he's a very mature 8-year-old because he considers himself grown up now at 8. While when he was 3, he was rooting for Prague.
Yeah.
But actually, he could be any age, no? Hostpod.
Yeah, but I'm just it was phrased in such a way that I'm now very curious.
We want to find out.
He's 12 like Aldrich chat. Well played, Seville. Yeah, that is the appropriate use of that meme.
Not familiar. Rook to a1. So how do you break free, or you don't have to? Black
I don't know.
do
What happens if Black just goes, I don't know, bishop f5 here or whatever move?
Do you one day just take everything?
Yeah, I guess without the rook on a8, maybe we have enough time to just take on e5 twice, go g4, bishop g2, and castle. And the black rook doesn't get to a8 quickly enough. But I'm not sure. Like bishop g6, bishop g2, rook e8, castles, rook a8. How clear is this without the a file? I'm probably picking black here for all we like. I mean, definitely doesn't feel like white is doing so hot.
Must be something else.
The trade has already happened. Bishop f5 is not the only move, but it seems like the most logical one. Unless you want to like try to completely prevent g2, g4 from happening altogether, and then maybe h6, h5, but I'm not a huge fan of spending a full tempo on potentially weakening your position.
We'll never find out. Magnus, I'm being told, now has a perpetual?
Yeah, rook b8, bishop f5, and so on, yeah.
Sorry?
Perpetual against the queen.
Ah, the queen. Perpetual garde.
Yeah, en garde. En garde. Yeah, I mean, it's a legit perpetual. White definitely cannot do anything about it. The question is, does he have anything stronger? And after bishop b5, queen b4, you can already like ask the question, is bishop d3 not winning stuff? But maybe it's not winning enough, right? It's maybe... The pawn on e4 is maybe not that important. And apparently Jordan blundered. And yeah, the issue with rook c1, as we've been calculating, was exactly that. I wasn't sure that we get to win the pawn on c4 without giving up the entire king side after queen b4.
Ooh, computer really unhappy after rook c1. Briefly check. Okay, queen b4 is also good. There's also this, which we didn't have.
So queen b7 check was actually the best move, and now after rook c1, yeah, queen b4 is kind of winning. Yeah. I got the whole thing correct, supposedly, including queen of 3.
Congratulations.
Yay, me. Yeah. Now after queen before queen c3, bishop takes f2, I assume wins, and after king h2, something like knight g4 check or whatever. Yeah, knight g4 check.
Poor Jordan was very close to making a comeback there. But now...
1 sec, I might have to take this.
That's the ringtone. I've always wondered.
Yes, I don't actually have to take this since they hung up after like 3 seconds.
Who does that? Was it an unknown number?
Spam callers, yeah.
Ah. Do you get a lot of spam calls?
I do, yeah. Everybody does here.
Ah.
There's no way to properly blacklist them or do really anything about that.
You can't block the number, or they just call back with a new number?
Yeah, there's an infinite amount of numbers. I've actually created a phone book entry just called assholes, and I randomly add numbers to it, but they never run out. So it's just an exercise in, you know, I just like to assign numbers to the assholes.
Ah, okay. Nope. No Lawrence Trent jokes on this topic. Lawrence, I'm so sorry for ghosting you all these days. It will end soon. One day. I'll just reply. Could be tomorrow. Could be today.
We need to let somebody actually win the giveaway first, though.
I don't know. It's been like, I think May last year or something.
We actually announced the correct
worried
answer.
For context here, Lawrence Trent has complained on Twitter, or he hasn't complained. He's made a giveaway. Whoever can guess how many days I've been ghosting him. And now I sound like the bad guy ignoring poor Lawrence's very valid WhatsApp messages. Only on WhatsApp. Well, the problem is that all of it is not safe for work, so I can't read anything of it out. But if you could see any of this filth he's sending me, like I'm the saint here for not having blocked the number. Like it's language everywhere. There's pictures of it's worse than what you think it is. So, Lawrence, it's about the content you're sending my way. You know I like you, but who would react to these things? Encouraging you to send more of it. Anyway, let me check when it was.
We gave the exact number on the previous stream, actually, when this came up. So a couple of people, judging by
I have to read and see all this filth while I'm researching. May 15th, 2021.
Gosh, I actually got it wrong, because I think Lawrence. Hang on a second. That's very upsetting. Hang on a second. Lawrence lied to me. What?
There you go.
That would never happen.
So sick.
Yeah, because I actually announced the correct answer on, well, supposedly the correct answer on the previous stream, and it is what he sent me, and it's a different date. It's a very similar date to the one you just announced, but it's a different date. So a couple of people definitely answered his giveaway by calculating the number of days from that date because they watched our stream, and they will now not win.
Elvis.
Yeah, and they will now not win the giveaway. Lawrence, I think,
6 course for you.
Yeah, Lawrence is being trickier than usual here with providing false data for us to mislead the people.
Alles okay? Ich sah ein bisschen Husten, wir sind alle ein bisschen krank, ne? Oh nein, Jonas weint.
Ja.
I like this emote. I need this emote. Am I not subbed? Damn.
Aber darüber reden wir nicht drüber. Oder?
Worüber?
Über das, was Jonas? Oder nicht?
Ich weiß nicht, worüber wir reden.
Oder nicht?
Ne.
Ja oder nicht?
Nicht.
Jetzt kannst du entweder Ja sagen.
Oder nicht.
Aber jetzt kannst du Nein sagen.
Nein.
Aber jetzt kannst du wieder Ja sagen.
Ich sage nein. Ja, die Magnus Carlsen spielt gerade hier. Wir müssen Schach kommentieren. Rook B8 and Magnus is better.
Papa, ist Magnus zu gut für dich?
Magnus gut für mich? Ich glaube ja.
Gut für dich.
Magnus ist zu gut für mich. Aber ich glaube, er ist auch zu gut für Nils Grandelius.
Aber ich hoffe, du gewinnst.
Ja, ich muss ja nur drüber reden müssen.
Punkt. Punkt.
So this apparently is almost crushing for
Papa,
Black.
wo willst du dieses haben? Hier an das weiße.
Yeah, rook
Blatt,
h,
an das blaue
some sort of
oder
rook h3
an
is
das-
winning somewhere, yeah.
Hier, über den Fuchs.
Okay. Dann bin ich bereit.
Nelly and Magnus have met, but I'm not sure they're on speaking terms. So, wunderschön.
Aber du kannst auch das so haben. Willst du es lieber so haben? Hier?
Ne, da war eben mal gut.
Oder soll das Blau so nach unten hängen oder nach oben oder zu der Seite hier oder zu der Seite da?
Zu der Seite. Aber ne, die Show, die ich mache, ist auf Englisch. Wir müssen eigentlich Englisch sprechen. We have to speak English, Nelly. Do you speak English? Yes or no? No? Kannst du zählen auf Englisch?
Ich rede nicht.
She's not a fan. Sorry, chat. We're switching to German. All right, so why was this so good for Black? I'm still a bit confused by the position.
Yeah, we go bishop b5 and then we go rook h3 somewhere, either immediately or I've also seen bishop b2, queen a4 and then rook h3.
Oder da auf die Bande. Oder auf das Ohr.
Aufs Ohr.
Okay. Bist du bereit?
Ja. Nicht so rein. So.
Yeah, and apparently even bishop b5 is unnecessary. Just rook b8, rook h3 is very, very strong.
Ich hole nochmal Neues. Das nehmen kannst. Aber ich habe wirklich geschafft, das hier abzukriegen.
Ich muss immer so immer wieder hoch.
Dahin vielleicht? Oder hier auf die Hand. So, schon fertig.
I'm sorry. I might have to give up in the great Lion King battle in order to continue giving my incredible deep chess analysis that you've grown accustomed to.
Papa, bist du jetzt bereit?
Ich bin bereit. Vidit got knight away from rim is now fine.
Yeah, well, the question is black better, but I assume there's just enough counterplay with b4, b5 somewhere that
Das
is not doing too poorly, yeah.
Oh,
The bishop on g2 is not great, which is why. And also black gained a lot of space on the king side, so those things definitely count in Vidit's favor, but the position's too closed, and there will be some counterplay on the queen side, so probably around equal. How is Andre doing? Because Fabi did something.
Vorsichtig. Leg auf euren Platz. So. Kannst du gerne sitzen. Andre. Aber du musst still sein, ey. Wir müssen arbeiten.
Yeah, I think I figured it out.
According to the machine.
I was watching the very intricate setup that you were going for there. But I think I figured out why bishop takes c5 is not great. I think bishop c5 they go knight c4, right? Because I just couldn't figure out why we can't take the pawn here. That was what was bugging me. But I think it's knight c4 probably. Yeah, and knight c4 only, but it's very strong.
That's right up Fabi's alley.
Yeah, clearly that's why he played queen a5, because otherwise there were plenty of other choices on the previous move which were less of a give up of a pawn on c5.
This is how Peter Svidler sits in airplanes, ladies and gentlemen.
Savage.
Queen a2 played.
Absolutely savage. Queen e2 played, yeah, might be not the worst choice in the world, but yeah, still in trouble after even takes on c4, or you have to assume other choices as well. But yeah, that's the simplest.
Fabi cruising. So Fabian Caruana closest for his win here. Nardiarov went queen c7. Yeah, he's not missing.
Still winning, yeah. And the
like
point
this.
here is that queen f4 actually wins the c4 pawn, but it gives up not only the pawn on f2, but also the pawn on h4, which is why. Otherwise, I think it would have been making a draw straight away. But yeah, this is an issue. And yeah, 1 against 2, you're never saving, even with the h pawn being the wrong corner.
Yeah, rough day for Jordan.
Yeah, the Richie
Richie.
game actually is going along the lines that we've described, but apparently we are severely overstating the dangers of the rook on.
Compi is good. It goes king d1. Brings the king here, h5, rook g1, and just wins slowly. Doesn't care.
Compi is a very, very harsh mistress.
What else is there? Magnus still thinking. Kayakin is running.
Yeah, this is now apparently just completely fine for white, and this is why I think this is exactly the scenario why the engine did not like the idea of pushing g6 and allowing for the opening of the g file, because bishop f7 just becomes such an annoying threat.
Sorry, rook b8.
And then just bishop f7, and you just chase the rook around the g file, and it can't really leave the g file because then you might get mated after rook g1, queen g2. So, yeah, I understand. And just bishop h5, and once again, I guess you just cannot abandon the g file at all because it runs into a trouble. Rook e4, yeah, and
Just chase it down.
Yeah, chase it down and win it. So it looks like Sergey may have missed a very decent chance today of winning a game with black after his opening choice really paid off.
But no rook b8 followed by repetitions. Probably Jan Shishlev just looking for checkmate here. Goes bishop h6.
Yeah, that's very double-edged again. Trying to figure out why the engine goes takes on c2, seemingly inviting rook c1, which I didn't think was a bad move, and why it doesn't play rook c1 in response. It's all very confusing to me. So far, I have not succeeded at all. But that's supposed to be the best line for black takes, and yeah. Oh, they just give up on c2 altogether if rook c2, if rook c1.
Some trickery. I don't understand a single move as usual.
Yeah, just queen d3, and apparently black now has more threats, and white is collapsing. Yeah, I saw the question, guys, but we are trying to talk about a tournament that we're covering, so questions which don't really have anything to do with the subject at hand get put slightly on the back burner. Plus, we've spoken about this, like the topic of people hiding prep these days, I think.
No one ever hides anything.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a myth. It's something to talk about. If someone has an idea, like very rarely before candidates or world championship matches might happen. Other than that, no one's hiding anything here.
Yeah, even in those settings, I don't think it happens very much because people just analyze the same stuff. So if you don't show it, somebody else will show it tomorrow. Extremely likely. So all you're doing is just limiting your own expected value and very likely not getting to keep the novelty until the tournament you want to keep it until. But yeah, I've given that speech before, and also whenever I feel slightly cranky, I'm kind of more liable to say this isn't actually, despite appearances, a Q&A session. So we
but
are allowed to not answer questions.
we are serious professionals here.
Absolutely.
Nej, weg jetzt hoch.
Aber kommst du mit?
Ich komme kurz mit. I need a quick bathroom/parenting break. Peter is feeling cranky, so he needs a hot beverage. We should tell you that the Champions Chess Tour, the Men's World Champions Chess Tour, is coming back for better than ever. Every move matters. It's shorter, more action-packed. There is no potential for games that are relevant. The world champion is in.
How is it shorter though?
Huh?
How is it shorter?
And there's also no finals, which, wow, nearly grabbing a chess book. There's also no finals. I think instead of these 2-day semifinals and quarterfinals, it's now just 1 day. Boom, you get knocked out. There's none of this weird first day.
Yeah, because
second day.
in the regulars they play them over 4 days instead of 3 now, which is kind of the opposite of shorter. But yeah, then the structure becomes faster, I guess.
Mr. Dodgy explains it for you. He says it's less events and shorter events. That's how it's shorter.
It's fewer, you Philistine.
I'm just quoting here. So
I wasn't
blame
addressing
Mr.
this to you.
Dodgy's English or chess shortcomings.
I was not calling you a Philistine, obviously.
And Green Smoke is Brian Windhorst's brother-in-law. That's great. Big fan. I read some books, or at the very least, the Cleveland book by Brian Windhorst. I regularly listen to the podcast. So yeah, say hi. I gotta run. Are we going on break?
Yeah, sure. I can drive.
Purchase a Chess24 pre-membership. Code Shahmat still works, I would guess, but you can no longer join my team because we got kicked out. And you can join other teams. You can, for example, join team Ellen Nielsen Hans Niemann with the code Ellen40. Then write an email to teams@chess24.com. Say, I want to play for these people because they are the winners and I want to be on the winning team.
Absolutely.
You do that. We'll be back.
We will be back, although I just assumed control of your screen and was planning to cause mayhem by making moves and doing things.
You can make moves and do things. I'm just...
Sure. So yeah, on the topic, I don't know if that's an actual famous math problem that Riccardo is referencing, but I did read a very funny story. I don't know if anybody else here caught that, but there was a very funny story about apparently Andre Agassi actually deciphered where Boris Becker was going to serve at some point, because he figured out that Boris would stick his tongue out in the direction of the serve. And from that moment on, it became a real problem for him not to just guess correctly every single time. And he only used it at very important points in the match. And then like years later, he told Becker, and Becker, it was like an absolute epiphany for Becker, because Becker really suspected like black magic or something. He couldn't really understand how Agassi would just suddenly correctly guess the direction of the serve. And like the entire story is an absolute delight. I liked it from every angle. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And he would go home and tell his wife, it's like he can read my mind. But it wasn't that. He could just see where your tongue was sticking out. I don't know, whatever. Less tongue. More black magic. So yeah, this position is, we assume, kind of equalish, because this setup has now successfully protected the... Whoa, so many arrows and all going in the wrong direction. It has successfully protected the a2 pawn, but it's also completely immobile. So you can't really do anything, and black just sets up, like, this goes here, g5, g4, and then we just kind of wait. And white will never be able to generate any activity on the queen side. So we should probably watch something else. Fabi is on top here. I'll switch the engine off, because otherwise I will just be showing you the engine lines forever. Fabi is up a pawn, obviously. There's still some counterplay. You can imagine this going a bit sideways if you give white some time to establish some sort of play. I don't know, rook h1, h7 comes to mind, I think, the most. But you don't really imagine White getting time to play that here. I think Black should be capable of stopping that convincingly somehow. Not sure exactly how. Once again, I could ask the engine, but would prefer not to. The Jordan Schach game now, I think, is kind of completely lost for Jordan because the pawn on c4, after I assume something like bishop d4, just never gets picked up. Yeah, bishop d4 played. Once it reaches c3, the game is effectively over because you can never really win it, and then every single endgame is winning, and you also probably get mated at some point. So yeah, Schach about to win with Black. Richie went knight b1 here. What is that all about? I guess he wants rook a8, knight c3, and then king d2, and this kind of a setup just effectively locks the rook out from good squares, and eventually the king side will rejoin the fray. Looks good. Because you can't really do this because rook b1, probably the only move, but a very, very obvious, easy move to solve the problems here. I'll give you back the...
No worries. No. I managed to get Nelly entertained, but I had a little kids castling, so now my son is hanging out. But yeah, it's all under control, as is Richie's Queen C2 Nimzo game.
Yeah, eventually.
Can Black try anything, like go for an early h5, quick h5? You just
that's probably the best. But here I can even go knight c3, I guess, because there's rook h8 check in the end. So it's not a threat yet. So I get an additional tempo and. Yeah, this is maybe not as clear.
Alles good. With swing, no? Hi. Big fan of waving.
Hey.
Komm, ja, das fliegen wieder hoch.
But I guess even if I'm forced to play f3 here and give up the pawn on e3, White is still better.
Yeah. I'll continue my expert parenting. I'll get this whole situation under control.
So what I was saying here is that even this position, despite White losing the extra pawn they were kind of banking on, is actually very, very unpleasant for Black. I suspect it might be lost for Black because of how weak this guy is. So we go this guy. We go rook e1 here, rook d7, and maybe knight d5 even. And yeah, the pawn majority on the queen side will most likely decide the game in a position like this. So yeah, feels like even if Richie doesn't play absolutely precisely, I suspect maybe there's a better reply to h5 than what I'd shown. There is still enough fail safes built into the White position here to allow him to have a large advantage. So what shall we watch, chat? This game. What's happening in this game? What's happening in this game is that it's move 31 and Jan Krzysztof has 2 minutes left. Not a single smile to the baby from Peter. Not fair. I'm a huge fan of the entire household there, but I am trying to, not be too cooing. I think if I allow myself to get, to properly react to Jan's kids, the whole thing will be just me going all the time, and I don't think we want that necessarily.
What up, nerds? Lock the kids up. I'm sure they'll be all right. And here we are. Okay, they might crash the show any minute. Is Magnus winning?
Winning is strong. No, I think the line that people were suggesting, the one with rook h3, against best defense, it's probably a draw, even though Black will be the one pushing. But best defense is obviously something that you don't see very often, not from Niels, but from anybody. Like Computer levels of defense are difficult to achieve. No, you probably, like, this is probably the moment you don't do it. You do it with either the bishop on e6 or with the bishop on e2. You probably don't pin yourself along the b file here, because bishop f7, queen f7 will not be playable.
What do you do with the bishop on e6 or e2?
The same rook h3 move, but... So like, bishop anywhere, let's say bishop e2 here, queen a4 is the only move, and we go rook h3. And the point is, after bishop f7 we take with the queen, and queen a2 is a huge threat. But somehow white doesn't lose to that. Somehow white, I think, just goes king b1 somehow, and there is no mate. Probably after taking on f7, although it's been a while since I've looked at the first line here.
Magnus overtook Niels on the clock quite dramatically. If I recall, he had like 45 minutes and Niels had 15 now. 7 minutes?
Yeah.
And we've seen him struggle a little bit against Jordan to calculate precisely in time trouble. So let's see how he manages it today.
And yeah, somehow the Anish Vidit game, well, not somehow. Somebody offered a draw. We know how.
Anish played king d1, offered a draw. And Vidit said, all right. Was Vidit better? Yeah, somewhat.
A bit, yeah, but the king gets to d3, and then, I mean, the drawing potential of this position is quite high. Yeah, Jordan is in a lot of trouble. To all the people asking if Jordan is lost, pretty much, yeah. He had a forced draw. He had a forced draw for a second there, and then he miscalculated something, and there was no longer any draw.
Hurts me to see
forced to otherwise. Yeah, we can just go c4, c3 here, queen a2 check, king g6, and the king, I think, safely escapes via the h6 square, and then the conversion shouldn't be very difficult.
Yeah.
Once we get there.
Haven't seen Jordan in such trouble since that guy kept punching him in the face in Thailand. Am I joking, Chad?
One can never know. And I'm afraid to ask. Like, I want to know the answer, but I also don't want to know the answer. I have a feeling the answer might not be very conducive to a safe working relationship.
Where do we go?
Magnus, I guess.
It's fair.
And he has played rook h3 in exactly the move order that you were suggesting. I wonder what the difference is. Can we not
Everyone's Fabi, though.
Can we take on e5 is the question now.
Magnus.
Because now if the bishop goes somewhere, I can go queen, bishop f7 and queen d4, right? I assume. So you might have to go fe, fe, and that should be a huge big deal for white, because like rook f2 now suddenly exists as an option.
Ooh.
And it definitely did not exist earlier. Maybe forcing Magnus to sacrifice more material. He might be okay with it though, like rook b3, queen b3, bishop c4. It might be good for black. It's a huge
You and all these chess moves. What was it? Fe played.
Yeah, if he played, so yeah, that's the first question that we got to answer. Maybe he wants to go rook b3 straight away. Can we take a look at that for a sec?
I was wondering.
Oh, he just and bishop c4 here. He already hasn't, so it's irrelevant. But I was wondering about that. And then queen b6 next move. Why isn't this good?
Maybe he missed it. Anyway, he does recapture. Doesn't run away. After rook f2, we could still do it, I guess. Time is ticking. 14 minutes for Niels. 7. No, almost 8 for Magnus. They do get 30 seconds bonus per move. So it's not exactly desperate time trouble on move 29, but should still be an exciting half hour.
Yeah, it's just a very, very messy game with a lot of precise calculations probably being required from both players. So yeah, plenty of scope for mistakes. The assumption is Fabi is probably winning, although whenever there are bishops on the board and there are some weaknesses, you're never entirely sure how well you're doing, but probably doing very well. We think Richie is doing well, although there was a question in chat whether we can trust the bar on just how well he is doing against Prague. I don't know what the bar says, so I can't really comment.
If bars could talk.
Yeah.
Bar is very happy.
Honestly,
I think we can trust that.
Yeah, I think here you do kind of trust. I assume the bar says we're close to winning here with white, right? And I don't know why we wouldn't be. The pawn on e4 is just too weak. 95 bishop takes e5, maybe 95. No, but then we just run. We take with the bishop and we run in case of takes rook a2 check, right? We go c3, g4, and there is knight c6 check there, but yeah, it feels like it shouldn't be enough. We kind of almost get perpetual checked here, but not quite. And knight b4, rook takes c4, but yeah, probably lost with precise play. Probably lost with precise play, you have to assume, and knight f6 or somewhere, yeah. And then rook b1. And yeah, like if black could trade the b7 pawn for the c5 pawn, they would have decent drawing chances, but feels like what will actually happen is that the b7 pawn will get lost. And then the c pawn will queen. And that's not great. Richie even went for king c3, just not even knight c3. Going for allowing even fewer sources of counterplay. What's the reply to rook a2 here? Hang on a second. I was actually kind of confused by that. What is he planning to do exactly? I remember I looked at this and I thought, yeah, I guess now we kind of have to go forward, right? But this is, how clean is this? Take on f2. Take on e4, play rook b2. This doesn't seem to me like it's best play. Might still be very good for white, but like, there's definitely some chances now. Rook b2 or knight b8 or I don't know, something.
Yeah.
I think there must have been a cleaner way of doing things. It was the only move that wins, yeah, okay. What do we know? No,
Richie good at chess.
Yeah. Richie good at chess confirmed.
92, rook c2 we can do.
Yeah, I'm very confused. I will actually ask, why wasn't knight c3 good? It's not even why this is good. I'm more curious as to why knight c3 wasn't good. So that entire line was apparently kind of fine for black, shockingly. Because there was a more precise way to create counterplay, but I mean it's already gone. Nobody really cares. But yeah, Richie is just calculating very, very cleanly today, apparently.
All right, let's get back to the world champion. With the black pieces, rook g1 has been played. Chat wanted rook g2. I can't really tell the difference yet, but according to computers now, you have some tricky ways to win or to get a big advantage, like bishop a6, bishop f7, king h8. I don't get this. Why are we winning? Queen a4.
Queen f7. Queen f7
and
against queen a8. So yeah, it's a recurring theme here. Just how winning this is. Yeah, and there's a really cute line there. After bishop a6, bishop f7, king h8. White can actually play rook g3 in this position. And black has to play rook h6. And it's still winning. Because he yeah, this is a bit of a problem. Rook g3 is such a devious little move. But it doesn't.
The problem is you can't go wrong. Even if white spots it, black will begrudgingly move the rook away.
Yeah, you can't really go wrong, and which is obviously a huge advantage in these types of positions. But
Shankland drew in the meantime.
Yep.
Magnus. Time is ticking. Yeah, we've talked about it the other day. It felt, at least, yeah, here that his calculations in time travel were a little suspect. Let's see.
A little bit off by his standards, I would say. Yeah,
obviously by his standards.
Yeah, by his standards. Yeah, it's still very, very good, but we've seen him do it faster and cleaner.
Yeah, no, he's still good at chess. But can he finish Niels off here?
It seems to only really be that specific line. So yeah, I don't know how easy it is. People are asking how easy is bishop a6 to spot. You don't only need to see bishop a6, which is one of the moves you definitely calculate here. You need to see specifically how strong king h8 is, I suppose. I don't know why king takes f7 is so bad, but engine doesn't like it. I guess rook f2 and then rook dg2. Whoa, either immediately or here. Yeah, and he's played bishop e2, which is still a decent move, but I think
second move, black's still better, so we probably can't call it a blunder.
Yeah, the difference being that now after bishop takes f7, you cannot go king h8 because white will take on b8 and on e2, and you will be completely lost. This is why the bishop had to be on a safe square. So he will have to take on f7 with the king, giving white some kind of leeway for now with queen a4. Still better for black. I guess maybe he thinks he's winning with rook hb3 here, and the engine, because like once again we're currently slightly cheating, and the first line after rook hb3 is something I don't think you can very easily find, because I think the engine just goes rook takes e2, rook takes b2, and then rook g3 and says there's no mate. And yeah, I think in human terms, you see your rook getting to the b2 square, and you think this has to be winning.
What line are we talking about?
Rook hb3 here, takes, and the engine just goes either immediately or after. It likes the check more, so let's show the entire engine line. Yeah, here, and instead of resigning here, it goes rook g3 and says, haha, no mate.
Not easy.
Yeah, says just like, I just need to stop queen c3 check, and you don't have any other threats, so let's just start making quiet moves. And yeah, I think assuming that you're completely winning there is a very human and a very understandable viewpoint that you can't really blame people for. Yeah, Shahri are now completely winning, but we'll get to that in a moment. He's been completely winning for a while. No shockers there. This really is the game to watch.
Niels, what's he thinking about? You can't move the queen, because then you take. Is he thinking about takes and taking here? Engine not a fan, just says rook b3, which looks winning actually with a stupid.
Yeah, that actually does look completely winning.
Yeah.
The difference between the knight on c4, which it will be on c4 very soon, yeah, and the bishop on b2 is a little bit too telling here.
Oops, sorry.
Yeah, no, you have to take on f7 and kind of trust. But I mean, the same issue actually applies to Niels. If you don't see rook g3 in that line that we've just shown a bit earlier, you might think you can just not play bishop takes f7 at all because it loses by force. So you might very, very unhappily play queen takes b8 here, simply because it doesn't lose immediately. So yeah, you really need to see the idea of rook g3 and also trust that there is no mate. Because with time running short, there's really a certain amount of trust involved there.
Yeah, no, it goes both ways in a way. No, if you evaluate queen b8 as just lost, you go for the other line and hope something pops up.
And honestly, I think he knows Queen B8 loses. It's just that maybe he thinks, you know, he can prolong the game there somehow. But
also, if you're Magnus, you're very happy to see this, because this you will win on autopilot, more or less, without having to calculate anything substantial.
Yeah.
Let's see.
What happened to Fabio? People are kind of confused by the Fabio position, so can we...
He's
he's
no longer winning, or...
He's allowed 96 and... mainly I think that it's just that he hasn't played Rook H4 in this position, is what's getting people...
This was still keeping control.
Yeah, and just taking on E4, taking on G7, like G7 gets traded for G6 and you win, I guess, is the argument here, which is a very kind of a convincing argument. I don't think you can really argue with it. Yeah, and now it's Rook D1, D8. Yeah, White actually gets a lot of pieces to very active squares. So.
Yeah. Hard to argue. It's going to be an arduous task from here on. Oh, we get a new visitor. Ist aufessen, das haben wir so abgemacht. Aber du darfst nicht vorher anfangen zu gucken, nur weil du denkst, dass du es abkürzen kannst. Schaffst du aufzuessen? Danach komme ich und mache den Film. Ja?
Aber ich esse nicht die Kirschen mit.
Ne, magst du Kirschen nicht?
Doch. Aber die kleine Milchreis sind die mag ich.
Okay, dann Milchreis aufessen, ohne die Kirschen.
Aber die Kirschen raustun, kann man nie machen.
Current negotiations are... She has to finish her Milchreis. I don't know how you translate Milchreis. Some sweet rice. Sweet sticky rice thingy. But she doesn't have to eat the cherries in the Milchreis. She's not a fan of cherries in Milchreis. But her position was she's finished eating, put on movie. I said finish everything. So we met in the middle. Finish rice, no cherries. It's rough. She read The Art of the Deal. I haven't. Like I'm constantly being outmaneuvered here.
Art of the Deal is obviously a very, important reading for any 7-year-old. Thanks very much for the raid, GM Tranquilizer. That's Romanian Grandmaster Levante Vaida, who streams chess and BGs, which is a man after my own heart. I've lurked there once or twice watching specifically the BG gameplay.
So you're not allowed to play music on Twitch.
Well played, sir. And yeah, on the subject of Art of the Deal, it was written by a 7-year-old, says Donkey. That's actually
written by someone we don't know their age.
That's very, very untrue, because it was written by a ghostwriter who was potentially maybe quite competent. Who knows? I don't think the name that you see on the front was involved in the writing of the book at all.
Niels.
Yeah, make a move. And we should do the thing, yeah?
What's the thing?
Let me do the thing. Does this thing work?
I don't know what the thing is.
No.
You're trying to...
Thing doesn't work, yeah, but thanks very much for the raid, and yeah, do check out the channel, even if exclamation mark shout out doesn't appear to be working. But we do want to...
That's the thing.
Yeah.
The thing we talked about.
Yeah, the thing. Very important.
Right. Yeah, check out the BGs.
Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, what do you think, by the way, in a position like this? The longer he thinks, like the more he links in okay, he took an of 7.
Take already, yeah. Took.
Yeah. And now he absolutely has to play Queen A4. There is no other moves left, so really no choice. If he wanted to take or give up the queen, he would have done it in a different way. So he will play queen a4, and rook b3 is actually not the best move in that position. So it will be an interesting task for Magnus to realize maybe that he doesn't have to, or maybe doesn't even want to play rook hb3, a move which appears to be winning on the spot.
Queen a4 plate.
Yeah.
Now, this looks like the move. This is the first computer move. Computer also likes this.
Queen b7 is just a repetition. After queen b4, you have to go back to c7. So that doesn't have any independent value, I think.
Okay.
Yeah. Thanks, Chessflow.
Nee. Was willst du jetzt gucken? Kannst du filmen?
Kommt Mama morgen wieder?
Ja, morgen.
Sie das mir nicht gesagt.
Hat sie doch bestimmt.
Nein, hat sie nicht. Sie sagt zu dir, dass sie es mir gesagt hat.
Magnus, 5 minutes. Time is ticking.
Yeah. Chessweep says, in the meantime, Rapport is crushing. He's been doing very well for a while. And
Seemed like a very clean game by Rapport, no? Like in a...
And there was also apparently a big swing in the Karakin Duda game, which we have also apparently missed.
We're staying here. We will catch up with all of it after the time control. Wow, double kits in the studio. I got the feeling it's not a very tight ship being run up there in the living room. Have a word with my mom about the free babysitting. Sofort, Nate. Yeah.
I think most people will agree that it only adds to the quality of the stream, though. So maybe don't be too harsh. I think chat is very much in favor of more of this. They've looked at us plenty over the years. Want some fresh face.
7 plate.
Yeah, that's, I think, mainly to gain some time, right? Because
he wants to repeat queen b4, queen 7.
After queen b4, I don't think you have any better squares, because allowing queen d6 looks insane. So that's just to repeat and then reconsider. And directly contradicting an opinion I just expressed, Legless Leopard says, I would train my own kid for an extra chess line, so let's provide Mr. Leopard with an extra chess line of some sort. Not that we want your kid, mind you.
Do you have powers to assign extra chess lines, and do you want to trade for additional kits?
Yeah, exactly. Like if we... Actually, acquiring an extra kid is not part of the deal, but we could maybe, as a gesture of, you know, generosity and benevolence, could provide a line or two somewhere.
How will it work? There's an I line in all of his games, and he can use it, but the opponent can't.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, that raises interesting semantic questions, which are, as we all know, the best kinds of questions. What exactly is an extra chess line? And how does one go about acquiring one?
Magnus.
Nicely played, Lucy, yeah. Yeah, Magnus repeated once. He will probably not repeat again. I don't think he fears he might be worse here, so there's really no reason for him not to continue playing. But, yeah. Extremely complicated game. I don't think it's that shocking that people are making mistakes in it, but his advantage is no longer that obvious. In particular because bishop c4 allows rook dg2, and you actually have to make like slow defensive moves before you can start creating threats again. Not a very easy thing to convince yourself to do here. People really want the Kraken game, though.
People love Sergei.
Yeah, what happened there is basically here Rook f1 is winning, and they've already had this position once. And young Krzysztof went bishop b3, Kraken played rook g7 in reply, and bishop h6, rook g4 repeated the position. And now rook f1 is basically, yeah, rook g8, I guess queen h4 just wins on the spot. And white actually breaks through and gives mate. But he already hasn't played it once, and he doesn't have very much time. And bishop b3 is clearly a draw because they've already repeated once. Will be interesting to see if he actually does it at the second time of asking.
Time is ticking. 15 seconds, 14, 13.
Yeah, not a very easy choice.
11, 10, 9, 8, 7.
There may have been a draw for it thrown into the mix as well.
5.
Yeah, he clearly hasn't lost on time. Like this shouldn't.
Zeros, yeah, that's unlikely.
Yeah, so there may have been a draw for somewhere in there.
Do you think it's somewhat BM to offer a draw when your opponent can repeat moves and is in time trouble, or is that fine? I don't know what the rules are.
I'm pretty sure neither of them sees that black is losing. So in a situation where they both sort of assume that the repetition is legit, I don't think it's that BM-y.
We don't know what happened. We're fairly certain Duda did not lose on time here.
Yeah, that one
I guess it indicates the game ended.
Probably, yeah. I think the likelihood is that they somehow ended in a draw already without them even going through the trouble of blaming.
Yeah, usually it's this eye contact thing and then shake hands.
Yep.
Yeah, most likely a draw. Pity for Duda, although he was in trouble earlier, so he can't say it.
Find the beauty in repetition, says Dr. Pengwang. Well played, sir.
Wax on, wax off.
Yeah, Magnus went all the way to b5, which now rook dg2 is now the only move, but it should be very difficult because it's very, very topical here. It's the one source of counterplay white has. Why rook f1 has to be played in order to win? Because you are... yeah, and it has been confirmed as a draw on my other screen now. Because you need to protect the queen on f2 to attack the rook on g4, and then it has no squares, no good squares to go to, and you win.
Yeah, good spot by Niels here, rook dg2. And once again...
yeah, and this now appears to be a draw, according to the engine evaluations. Yeah, the last two rounds...
letting someone off the hook in time trouble.
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right, Seville. Yeah, the amount of EV left on the table by Duda in the last two rounds is quite staggering, honestly. Hard to criticize him taking a repetition on like 5 seconds if you don't really see. I guess what he didn't see is specifically in that position, why wouldn't you play rook f1?
Yeah, rook h7 played.
Yep. Now the queen can go
36.
Can go to more active squares, I guess. Yeah.
Now the queen should give a check and transfer to the king side. Bishop c4, and I guess either check with queen g3.
Why isn't queen b7 winning there? Ah, queen b7, queen takes g7. Ah, very cute.
What, when, where?
So the point is queen b6 allows queen g6 check, and queen b7 allows queen takes g7 check, which is even more painful. So black has no way to attack the bishop on b2. Yeah, that's a very cute mate.
Yeah, anyway. White would be better, so no point. If Volchanowski is saying, what a joke, +3 and draw. Yeah, sometimes it feels like they don't even know the computer evaluation.
Yeah. It's as if they're not even plugged in at all, yeah. Somebody tell them about how strong computers are.
They knew. Neil's still thinking.
Yeah, interestingly, you still have to make precise moves, because queen b4 now allows black to stabilize on your worse. You're not losing, but you're worse. So you actually do have to play queen b3, queen g3. It should be logical, though. It should be a findable idea.
Mr. Dodgy, this new humor technique you keep trying since you were very successfully pointing out that you actually thought people would have liked to see Alireza in the World Rapid and Blitz. Was it the Blitz and the World Blitz tiebreak? I don't like it. Mr. Dodgy is saying they actually don't know the computer evaluation. I think people don't understand it and will be bad for your reputation as someone who I
Sorry.
Should C4 played?
Yeah. Queen F3 is also fine, but feels like Queen G3 is much more forcing, because apart from threats to the G7 pawn, we also create a threat of bishop takes D4, which makes Black's choices really limited. So yeah, I like Queen G3 here. And the variations shouldn't be difficult to calculate. The thing about it's not such a hard move to play, because your replies to Black's options are very intuitive.
And Joe the Pro saying Magnus was better against Esipenko, Jorn, and Niels in good shape. He would have won at least 2. Yeah, who knows? But yeah, he's clearly not demolishing the field. Well,
Yeah.
this game is far from over, but
Not so far, but yeah, definitely.
ways we know he's capable of.
Yeah, the queens are now coming off, probably. I mean, Queen B6 already played. Magnus is in no mood to fool around. Now you kind of have to play Queen G6 check, even though the machine actually suggests Bishop A1 is not losing, which is quite remarkable. But why would you play Bishop A1 if you have the option of Queen G6 check is unclear?
Sorry about that arrow. I tried to draw a straight arrow to G6, but failed.
Happens to me every single time I try to draw an arrow on any kind of a chess viewer. You have to be incapable of it constitutionally.
Boom. Niels, 22 seconds.
Yeah, in particular on 22 seconds you play Queen G6 check here.
Uh-oh. There we are with 8 seconds. He does it.
There we are.
Queen takes, probably a take. Rook takes. It's move 39. So
Yeah.
we're quickly approaching the time control.
Yeah,
Niels,
I remember
is
when we were extolling the virtues of this round in terms of how sharp the positions are, and somebody said they will all be a draw anyway. That person, although it's kind of a safe bet in every single round, that person appears to be onto something, even though we will have a couple of decisive games. I'm pretty sure Shahriar will win, and
Rapport.
Yeah, Richard probably will also win, but we will get a decent proportion of these extremely sharp positions to be a draw.
Rook C8, final move to be made here.
Yeah, but once again, kind of a logical
Getting out of
one.
the way, not D2, because this would be check. D1 and B1. Well, fine.
Yeah.
Bishop on B2 is still sad.
It is a Sag bishop, yeah. In the Rapport game, there's a black pawn on D2. Are we bothered? Rook F1 actually loses, right? Because knight G3, knight E2 mate. That's quite cute.
Rapport is not bothered.
Yeah. That would be a very cute way to lose the game, but not gonna happen. It's move 41 as well, so
He's gonna
just do
stop
that
it and win.
Make sure that it gets properly blocked, and then you win. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, that's E3
I
played.
feel a Lion King complaint going. Yeah. Is this move 40?
Yeah.
Oh, but hang on. Rook G5. Does Niels falter on move 40?
And Niels hasn't
B3?
made the best move in the position. He's still probably okay-ish, but yeah, he probably should not have done this because of Bishop D3.
What's the big deal? Can we take here then? Sorry, I have an engine running. All of this is confusing, but it looks like Magnus has chances again.
Yeah, they've definitely improved with this move, but might still be okay with very precise defense. But there was seemingly no call for this either. Like, why would you not unpin yourself with King B1? It seemed very logical.
We'll wait if he spots that one. But yeah. This is a fairly obvious move to make, no? Having played rook c8.
Yeah. And all the people in chat saying it's over, Magnus will win this endgame. I kind of feel like it's very likely, actually, yeah. Because the kinds of lines we're currently watching on our screens are very much the types of lines that we've seen Magnus convert in the past.
And yeah, bishop d3 played.
And now
this is tough for Niels because move 40 he had defended so well. Oh, yeah, just blitz out one king move out of the way and you're probably there.
Yeah.
But having made the time control, I no longer have any excuses not to switch on the Lion King for Nelly. So
let's actually take a bit of a break. I wouldn't mind a stretch and maybe a bite of food or something.
Yep, we'll go on break. In the meantime, consider supporting the show by becoming a Chess24 premium member. Now you also have the opportunity to combine it with joining one of the teams that are still in the team battle. We got kicked out yesterday. It was very, very sad by this powerful team, Ellen and Hans. You can join them using the code Ellen40 and then sending a mail to teams@chess24.com. That allows you to battle for amazing prizes in the team battle. Also, you can attend a lecture, I guess, by the team captain there. So what's not to like? You obviously also get access to all the video courses, all the banter blitzes, all the good stuff. Peter Lako did a banter blitz the other day. So check that out. I will check out The Lion King and be back soon.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the end game with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Giri is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
A complete repertoire against 1 E4 based on 1 E5, now available to study with Chessable's unique Move Trainer technology. The backbone is the Marshall Gambit against the Spanish, with 3 Knight F6 against the Italian. Jan Gustafsson has revisited all these lines he has played for 20 years and worked on as a second for Peter Lecco and Magnus Carlsen, amongst others, with the help of the most powerful engines out there, Leela 0 and Stockfish 10. This has led to many new discoveries and a repertoire ready to master on Chessable that can serve the student for a long chess career.
Maybe E4 doesn't exist after all.
E5, it's E5 Patzers.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. Then they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
Welcome back, everybody, to our coverage of the Tata Steel Masters. Round number 5. My name is Jan Gustafsson. Peter Svidler is still stretching, we all know. He has an elaborate but time-consuming stretching routine. So while we're waiting for Peter to return, we'll have a look at the games still ongoing and maybe at the action. So far, in the game between Niels Grandelius and Magnus Carlsen, the Scandinavian number 1 and number 2. It looked like they were headed towards a draw. But then on the last move before the time control, Niels Grandelius, after playing very well in time trouble, went wrong with rook 6 to g5, allowing Magnus to use this pin. Bishop d3. And now the world champion has an advantage. The problem for white is rook e5. Rook c2 is bad news because here, yes, this is discovered check. We've left this position, I don't know, 10-15 minutes ago, and Niels has been studying it ever since, has not made a move yet, which, yeah, means they reached the time control, but also means something's probably gone a little wrong. Maybe Niels kicking himself a bit because he allowed this to happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And also, apparently c2, c3 is playable, which is, because he's been thinking, maybe he's figured it out. Certainly not a move that, you know, occurs to you very easily, because like white, yeah, but you just go bishop a1, and this is apparently immediately equal. So if you spot that idea, you might become very interested in it, and then the calculations become more difficult. But definitely not an easy idea to spot in the first place. So much kudos to Niels if he has.
Jon Favorest has lost the defending champion against Shah Mamedyarov here. Yeah, the end was near. No more checks. This queen doing damage. It might also be Zugzwang. Now, if you move the rook here, it's checkmate in one move. If you move the rook somewhere, you get pinned further. It's just a hopeless position, so Jordan resigned. Tough game for him. We still have action in the Rapport Pragnanandar game, where it looks like Rapport is just making all the right moves and will probably win a very nice technical game eventually.
Mm-hmm.
And in Esipenko Caruana, Fabi has one more pawn, but if nothing direct happens, which apparently it doesn't, then this should be equal, no?
Yeah, this should be. I mean, it's not equal; it's a draw. Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
Those are not the same thing necessarily, but yeah, you normally don't lose these types of positions. Although, if Black could somehow like break White's coordination and launch an attack on the king, the opposite color bishops provide more of an incentive for that. But yeah, it feels like the knight comes back to f4, and once White actually brings back the pieces from the king side where they weren't really doing very much, it shouldn't be too difficult to defend against whatever threats.
Also the wrong a-pawn. So if we manage to exchange these 3 units for these 2 units, we can also shake hands.
Yeah, huge drawing margins here for the youngster, who was definitely in trouble at some point. And I get a visitation, but I probably shouldn't try to pick him up, because he definitely isn't a fan of being picked up off the floor these days.
But we've been, the suits, they gave us notes that we should try to humanize ourselves. So I've had my kids sitting in the studio the whole show and apparently showing them. And I think you were told to bring Doggo in. There's Doggo.
Elf dog.
There's Doggo.
It blinks in and out of existence if I use the virtual background, so...
Schrodinger's dog.
Yeah. Superhero dog has powers of invisibility. There we go.
Wow.
Show dog. Dog wants to bite my ears off currently. He's in a good mood because he had a long nap, and now he is in a let's try to eat the humans mood. See? Ears. What are they for if not for just biting them off? Say hi to the stream, dog. Doesn't want to say hi to the stream. Doesn't really want to be here. Oh, okay.
Never stopped us. Thanks, doggo.
That is a fair point. That is a very fair point.
So Niels gave a check. King G8. Now it's time to cover the pawn. Probably Rook F2.
Yeah, if C3 no longer works with the
on my screen, I see some weird moves. Not that weird, but these moves are not bishop takes e4, which I guess is his point that here white is all right.
Yeah, somehow you have to prepare this capture, even though it seems like the most obvious thing in the world. But yeah, white suddenly gets enough time to attack the black bishop, drive it away from this good diagonal, and then the pawn on e5 becomes vulnerable. So yeah, it's either somehow rook h6 or rook h4. Or even more funnily, rook h4 with the intention of meeting a4 with rook h6, which makes no sense whatsoever to me. But yeah, there we go. Computer lines. Good for absolutely nothing. We haven't spoken about the challengers at all today yet, so we might maybe...
We can do that. There's a debate if Mr. Dodgy, if suits is code for Mr. Dodgy. I do not know. In the very old days, when I had a very limited amount of power, whenever I had to tell someone something unpleasant, I would always refer to the mysterious suits that no one's ever seen. And Mr. Dodgy delivering these types of messages to me constantly now, to my mind, means that he has all the power and therefore is all the suits. He's so powerful, he doesn't have to wear a suit. See, Peter, he doesn't dare to speak on the topic, but I'm an idiot. I will bring it up.
Yeah, I'm letting you carry the torch on this discussion. I'm much too afeared to participate in it myself. You know, hell hath no fury, as the
Peter is scared to rewatch The Usual Suspects because it reminds him too much of Mr. Dodgy. That's what he told me. All right, challengers group. Erwin made a draw against Van Wyn.
Yeah, it seemed like a very theoretical Spanish in which nobody was better for any sustained periods of time. So, fair result. What else is going on? Arjun is winning again. Yeah, seemingly there's a rook ending.
4 in a row if he wins.
He started with a draw, did he?
Yep. So 4 in a row.
Yeah, that will be quite impressive. Yeah, he started by drawing Lucas with the white pieces, and yeah, has won 3 in a row so far. And this rook ending,
currently G3.
Yeah, the machine eventually plays G3 here and says, "Now we're completely winning." Haha. Not the most obvious thing in the world, but I think once you actually consider the move G3, you might come to that conclusion quite quickly. So yeah, kind of running away with it so far, right? In particular, because this game is a kind of a derby, I guess. I mean, not a derby exactly, but points count double is what they say about these games. He's playing as his closest pursuer, one of his closest pursuers at the start of the round, so an important victory if he does end up winning.
So if he does win, he would have 5.5 out of 5.
Absolutely, because that's how all of this works. Always has done.
Jos Bjarre against Max Warmerdam. Looks good for white, but apparently it's not that much.
Yeah. Mihai in the number says there was a threefold. I'm pretty sure Arjun was very careful to not repeat. It seems like there was, but he actually has been, I think, using the different school. Like there was some kind of an opposition between the rook on the h file and the king on d6 and d6. So I don't think any kind of draw claims are likely in that game if we're talking about the same thing. Doji says Ergaisi is getting closer to 2900 every day, which is technically true. So yeah, well played, sir. Both you and Erigaisi.
Do you think Erigaisi is the most improved player in 2021? I'm sure it's not true by the numbers, but you could make an argument, at least in our perception, because it felt like out of nowhere. We were aware of Pragnananda and Gukesh and these people, but Erigaisi, once again, in my head, seemed like out of nowhere he appeared and seems incredibly good. So maybe you can make a case for that.
Yeah, Hans Moke, who beat me convincingly with the black pieces yesterday in the team battle, also I think gets into this conversation because he gained like 115 a year. But yeah, I mean it's definitely between one or two. I mean, the rest of those extremely talented juniors have been sort of a known quality, and Erigaisi definitely, for me as well, was not a household name until very recently. And ATC Faust says also Niemann played 259 federated games in 2021.
Yeah, but in his defense, we have a pandemic. He couldn't play that much.
Fair point, yeah. Oh, that's very cute, actually, by Paulina. That last move. I assume she was winning even before that, but meeting b5 with b4 here is a very cute tactic. Not unheard of, but still nice of her to spot it. You have to wonder if b6 b5 played by Marc-Andre was necessary. Maybe you could have tried defending passively.
Alireza has a decent case for most improved of 2021, but he's too good. It's like okay, no one wants this basketball lingo, but most improved player is normally not someone who's also in the top 2 of players.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
Alireza has a very fair.
Yeah, Alireza would be a very solid vote, of course, if not for exactly the same reason. Yeah, he's just out of that conversation by virtue of becoming a bit too good. So Paulina now seems to be completely winning because, as is often the case with these sudden pawn breaks, whichever way black chooses to capture, the white pawn is by far the more dangerous one. You just need to not blunder rook d4 check here, which would be kind of painful, but there is a way not to do that. And yeah, after king f3, white is just completely winning because we do end up with a pawn behind, sorry, a rook behind the passed pawn, which very often just decides the game outright. Nice little tactic, which I think is also very instructive. So good to catch the moment where it happened. And importantly, I suspect without before the game, I mean, the position might be closer to a draw than it is to white winning. If one pair of pawns disappears on the queen side there without white winning any material, it might actually be holdable. And Zhenazhu is a pawn up against Lucas in the last game that we haven't touched yet, I think. Oh no, there's some more. Yeah, there's also the Jumabayev Darda game. But here, yeah, it feels like, of course, white is, it's a healthy, protected passer in the center, but the knight on d4 is strong enough that it doesn't really feel like white necessarily needs to be even better here, let alone winning. So yeah, very good defensive chances for Lucas.
Too active. All right. So in the challengers, if Erigaisi wins his game,
also we should at some point actually ask some Indian speakers how to pronounce the name. Are you sure it's Erigaisi?
I have no clue.
Yeah, because we've been doing it differently. We've been doing it differently throughout the broadcasts, and I feel like he's probably by this point like 10 times gooder enough than needed for us to actually nail it down once and not make any more mistakes for the rest of it. Soft S instead of sure. Yeah, I thought it probably is Erigaisi if anything, but I wasn't sure. And I suspect it's Arjun, not Arjun, but I also am not 100% sure about that either. Arjun, yeah, okay. Thank you, guys. Yeah, so he went for a different plan here. He chose a5 instead of g3 as a break. Should still be winning. Go back to the Masters, I guess, right? We don't really. This rook ending is giving me the blues. Magnus does make one of the computer prescribed moves in this position. I guess the point is we're giving ourselves the h7 square, isn't it? I think this is the point. No, for the bishop. Like king b1, bishop b4, rook g4, we go bishop h7, and this is the difference. Because otherwise I just don't understand why this would be any different. Yeah, it feels like an endgame you kind of lose to Magnus more than you draw against Magnus.
Also, psychologically, Niels in a tough spot, having been so close to equality, then giving Magnus this chance of move 40, and now, yeah, sitting there, exhausted, tournament not going your well, defending a slightly worse endgame, or a much worse endgame against the world champion, is not everybody's dream spot.
No. No.
Probably sleep deprived. Rough event for Niels. As is often the case, if you're in the lower half of the field, or more than half, if you're one of the underdogs by rating and the start is not going well, it's tough in any super tournament, especially Wijk. Yeah, can get very long, dark.
Yep. Also looks very much like a game which could keep us here for another couple of hours minimum. Which is a very cheerful thought.
Mickey Decker is saying, Niels is early sleeper. Yeah, he is. In his defense, though, he doesn't get up that early. Rapport. Yeah.
The engine says, let's just continue picking up everything on the queen side, and there's nothing to worry about, despite there being a pawn on d2. You can probably trust the engine on this. Not the only way to win, but does seem to be the most straightforward. Just take, go king c6. If need be, we will play rook d7 later, but mainly we just want to queen our own pawns. So yeah, this game is still ongoing, but feels like as long as Richard doesn't commit a major mistake somewhere, he should be converting it into a full point. The Esipenko Caruana game probably ends in a draw, and in particular now when Esipenko, if he wants to, can trade an additional pair of pieces straight away. Shouldn't be too much trouble for him. Yeah. By the way, like, if you had to defend this with white, would you actually be like trading the bishop for a knight? Trading the bishop for a knight specifically. If you are okay with it,
I guess it depends as usual. But if I didn't have to, I'm not sure I would. Like, you go for this?
Yeah, because very often, somewhat surprisingly, these types of endgames do end up being rook and bishop against rook.
Yeah.
There is very often, if black actually decides to approach it seriously and not let you trade any more pieces and just continues improving, eventually you get pushed back enough that your one clear-cut road to equality is to accept that you have to defend rook and bishop. And yeah, most people by this point, quote unquote, know how to draw it, but they still occasionally don't. Despite
still lose often. Like,
despite
we all know of the second rank defense, but over the board, yeah, it's not
Yeah, and I think more than one strong player suggested to me that the Cochrane, the old school defense is actually easier to maintain in the practical game. The one where you keep let's say your king on e8 and the rook on e1, and you go.
I disagree. People always get confused with the Cochrane. Not only does it sound filthy, whenever I see it being applied in practice, people get confused. I have so many questions for Nashvillian chess, because Nashvillian chess, saying most Dutch speakers that I've met are also rather fluent in German. So I'm wondering how Nashvillian chess, I'm assuming you're American, how do these occasions occur? You run into a Dutch speaker and then you hear them speak German? Like, how does that happen? And how can you tell if they were fluent or not? Not disagreeing, I'm just very curious about how did that sample size occur? Nashvillian is a native German speaker. All right, that explains it a bit. Maybe I was led astray by the username. I'm not sure if I agree. I think they usually can communicate in German. Maybe it's becoming a little less with the younger generation. Maybe you have more choices in school. But yeah, the languages are close enough that it's really shameful that my Dutch is not better. It shouldn't be that hard. Nashvillian chess is saying I speak neither language. I think I'm just being bluffed. I had a feeling that statement would, under questioning, would just fall apart. Nashvillian chess. The Henker is saying Dutch is simplified German anyway. How dare you, the Henker? I think you're Dutch, but still, how dare you?
But also, this might be, obviously that's up to you, because I don't know whether you're feeling up to it specifically today, but that seems like the perfect segue for our Dutch segment.
I'm very sick today, but that probably helps for speaking some Dutch. Because volgens mij moet ik nu een grote shawarma-schotel eten. Maar even kijken wat het Anish gedaan. Ja, minder dan niets. Remise met wit tegen Vidit. Leuke idee. C5 en paard C3. Maar niet gewonnen. Iets slechter en remise. Anish. Je moet winnen, jongen. En Jordan. Ook een heel slechte dag. Verliest van Shahriar Mamedjarov. Leuke naam, Shahriar. Shahriar uit Scheveningen. Jordan, ja, ik weet het niet. A4, kan dat? Heel goede partij. Van Mamedjarov. Jordan kon Wijk en Zee niet elke jaar winnen. All right, that's it. Back to Scheveningen. Magnus, has he made a move? No.
Yeah, he played on h6 and Niels is still tanking. Yeah, this is not going to be enjoyable at all. It wouldn't have been enjoyable if he was on like +1 anyway, but yeah, on half a point out of 4. In particular, when he probably realizes by this point that there was absolutely no need to allow Bishop d3 at any point, and is probably kind of mad at himself for having to play this position. Yeah, all of this points to Magnus now being a very solid favorite to convert it into a full point, I think. Ну, неправда же это, Илья. Не может такого быть. Sorry about that.
Is Niels losing this? We don't know, but yeah, it feels like the trend is not his friend. Fansa is saying, get a paracetamol, Jan, if you feel sick. It's good advice. I'm not going to disclose my paracetamol intake the last couple of days, but it has not been 0.
Yeah, that's it's a very good backup, sort of fallback position, like always get some paracetamol into the system.
I do not speak any Swiss German, nor do I understand it. It seems impossible, and I'm not sure they understand each other. Shall we have Lawrence on the show tomorrow? He seems eager to come on the show.
Yeah, I think people will like it.
I doubt that, but that's half the fun.
Yeah, I'm never against that.
How do we contact him? See, chat is saying, please no.
Yeah, chat knows how this game works. I feel like they've played it before, so they know how this game works.
Maybe we should have him for the openings. If he brings his notes, that would be, we could learn so much.
Yeah, he's been claiming everything is in his files for the last, I don't know how long. And yeah, I wanted to continue by saying I've seen his files. That's not true, actually. I did provide him with my files once, and was not thanked for it. It still rankles. The older I get, the pettier I am, so I definitely...
Did he at least publish them?
I think he played some of those lines, but I don't know if he published them, no.
All right, this game will make sure we make it to R6. No,
Why would he thank you? He already had everything. Yeah, I think that was my miscalculation, just Hugo, please. I should have insisted on being thanked before I shipped the entirety of my files on a particularly sharp variation of the Spanish. That was a clear misplay. Interestingly, right now on my screen, bishop takes c4 is not the best move here. Not even in the top two. What the hell is this position? Yeah, because it allows rook e1 and you get stuck. Yeah, once again, you kind of...
He did take, and rook e1 blitzed out. But here we can't take e5.
Well, we just start pushing, like, Machine says this is now a position of somewhat mutual zugzwang, so we can try just pushing a4, a5, a6, and so on. And yeah, the path to victory becomes much trickier.
Can't go here.
Yeah, but once again, like, calling this a misplay, even though it clearly is a misplay in terms of like centi-pawns lost compared between bishop takes c4 and bishop b5, which was apparently the strongest move in the position. Like, I don't think anybody goes bishop b5 there. It's just very, very difficult to understand that you're not supposed to take the pawn you were hunting this entire time. But this now suddenly becomes much closer to a draw because of how difficult it is for black to disentangle themselves. Such a weird game. So many spots in this game where like the most obvious move in the position is absolutely not the way to go. Yeah. That's a construction I'm very much in favor of, Dodgy, and I think you know that, so yeah. Additional points.
Here, this exchange did happen.
Yeah.
Obviously a draw, but as you mentioned, we've seen things happen in these times.
Yeah, absolutely. The big question is, I mean, sometimes white is actually able to set up a position in which you don't have to give up the knight. It depends on how the pieces are. But very, very often, if black is insistent enough, and I have a feeling Fabi has no real reason not to continue forever and not to search for additional options, very often you kind of do need to give up the knight and then defend. And that feels like a flip these days. Honestly, it doesn't really feel like a 60-40 or anything in favor of defending. It feels like a straight up flip or something. I've seen it lost so many times reasonably recently.
Rapport doesn't seem intent to let go. He didn't take on b7, but played king d6, which is also perfectly fine according to machinery. Now bishop g8, he can...
You can even go back to f2, bishop c4, bishop f1, yeah.
And try to grab stuff here.
Yeah. arguably even cleaner because you just win material instead of having to calculate some sharp lines in which you are winning, but still there's counterplay going on. Here we just up a piece.
Yeah, he seems to be playing a tremendous game.
Yeah. Very much so.
Jan, I'm trying to learn to pronounce the following word, but I'm struggling. Why would you try to learn to pronounce that? Are you really trying to learn how to pronounce it? Or do you just Google long German word? Don't lie to me, Aikido.
Yeah. Kraftfahrt, Zugkraft, Verschieringen. Yeah, I almost got
That was
there.
excellent.
I almost got there, but then I got tripped up at the very end. Versicherung. Versicherung, yeah. Versicherung killed me. It's too long. My brain refuses to keep this many letters in the CPU.
Yeah, that's the first hit. Usually Dampfschifffahrtskapitänsgesellschaft Versammlung. I don't think I've ever used the word Dampfschifffahrt in my life. So yeah,
what's
it's
a
just that in
Dampfschifffahrt?
German you don't have spaces between the words. Otherwise, the construction is pretty much the same as in English.
Please, yeah. Beim Belkin, please no Welsh words. Nobody here can pronounce Welsh words. It's very much an exercise in futility. How was Rook f6 after Rook d1 for Magnus? We did not discuss it properly. And that's actually a very interesting question, because it looks like we might have to take on f6 here, leading to the endgame by force, right? Rook d2, Rook d1, and gf, which I don't know how to assess. Machine says it's a draw. Yeah, Machine says it's a draw, but like I would not be at all confident in any kind of an assessment here at all. Magnus clearly, I mean, I don't think he missed Rook f6. I think he saw it and didn't think it was any good, so Magnus is also of the opinion it's a draw, but yeah. I'd be very confused. Yeah, I can actually, the way to do this would be to kind of mute myself by stealth, or not mute myself, but like I know the video with the correct pronunciation of that Beim Belking. So if I could get that to play in the background while I'm mouthing the words, that would be the way for me to impress everybody here. But I don't know if I have the technical capabilities of doing that.
That city name with the random letters?
Yeah, there's a famous clip of a BBC weather guy actually nailing it first try. But I'm pretty sure he kind of knew it was coming, so he practiced.
Felt like that.
How long do you usually need to understand if a position is drawish or no? It very much depends on like how typical the type of the position is, because chess evaluation is very much basically just pattern recognition. And, you know, some things you've seen so many times in your life that your brain just tells you reasonably reliably what it is. But those opposite colored bishop endings where white has 2 outside passers and black has 3 connected in the middle, I don't think I've ever seen any of those. So yeah, it's just calculation from that point. And I'm not, 5 hours into the broadcast, I'm not going to try to calculate that live on air. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, Niels played a4 and looks like he's gained momentum again. So he's fighting for a draw, but at least now Magnus has to make something happen. Well, he can push his a-pawn.
Yeah, and it looks like eventually Magnus will have to play d4, d3, manually reviving the bishop on b2. And then defending becomes a lot easier. Even if the pawn gets to c2, white actually doesn't mind that all that much because they suddenly have the bishop participating in the game. And yeah, a position like this, I think, is much easier to hold than any kind of a position with a passive bishop on b2 restricted by pawns on e5 and d4. And the position Jan currently has on the screen is apparently just completely drawn, as an example.
2 versus 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, Magnus might have... Looks weird, because obviously that was the goal. But he might have bungled it with bishop takes e4.
Yeah.
Only this.
And we should show this because, yeah, even understanding why this is so strong, you put the bishop on a4, and that completely kills off the bishop on b2, and then you just... I think you actually start playing against the bishop, like rook b6, rook cb8 might be the most important threat we have here. And yeah, that pressure apparently counts for a lot here. But I think extremely difficult to make the decision in a live game.
Magnus taking quite a bit of time here. Andrew wants to go g6, but I'm not sure what exactly that accomplishes. Maybe it's useful just so it doesn't hang later.
I think it gives you the f5 square for the bishop from what I've seen. The point is to play d3 as early as possible and fold up with bishop f5 and then rook a4. It just frees up your pieces to do some active stuff once you play d3. It has kind of resigned itself to having to play d3. Our reading off the screen here.
Yeah, strange situation. Looks so good for black. Pawn up, this bishop being passive. And the construction is sort of perfect, with the bishop covering the light squares and the pawns controlling the dark squares.
Not really a pawn up, though. I hesitate to.
Sorry, I can't count. But that's, yeah, hard to make any progress. So you have to continue playing pawn down with a big advantage.
Yeah, that is just very, very difficult, I think. You have to be seeing things very, very clearly for you to start making moves like that. Yeah, this one is not horribly exciting. Does feel like probably white doesn't really avoid trading the knight for the pawn, but hard to judge because the engines obviously are extremely happy about it.
Yeah.
Whenever you look at this with the engine running in the background, it just kind of goes knight takes b5 and says, okay, now I know it's a draw, move on, next game please.
Yeah, this will take a while. Fabi will try till the bitter end. We'll see.
Yeah. Although apparently currently you can play rook f3, just briefly if we can return to this. I understand it's not the most exciting position, but specifically the way the pieces are, rook f3 probably makes an actual draw because the only square is really c4, and now you can play king b4 with no checks. And you threaten rook f6 check. And this probably does end up with black having to trade some pieces. Yeah, like, it still goes knight b5, but we don't have to. We can play, I don't know, rook f5 here or whatever. And pin black down to such an extent that stuff actually gets traded. I suspect. Rook f4. Yeah, actually put the rook on the fourth here, and just now we just light up a cigar because the king on b4 never gets checked anymore. This is, yeah, I think this is one of those cases where black legitimately has no winning chances. So it's only really the Magnus's game because, yeah, I feel like Richard is not going to make any mistakes converting.
ATC Faust saying Magnus will find a way to create problems. He always does. Yeah, unless he doesn't.
Yeah, don't really disagree, but he's sort of running out of time and also ways of doing that. You can even play, If the rook leaves the c file, rook fe2 wins the pawn on e5 back. So you can actually even play a5 here and continue pushing. Because, yeah, rook fe2 is an insta-draw here, somehow. But bishop a3, yeah, bishop a3 somehow is even stronger. I guess because you are threatening bishop e7 and then h3, and the connection between the rook on h4 and the bishop on e4 is broken. Also immediately making a draw. Yeah, I think Niels might actually just kind of make a draw by force now after rook c5.
That'd be good for his spirit. Surviving a tough spot against Magnus might give him some energy in a tournament that hasn't gone well. Well, it might be bad for Magnus's spirit, no? Like, yeah, he's missed quite some chances, as we've mentioned, against Esipenko, against Jordan, and now against Niels. And yeah, especially with his very ambitious rating goal, of course, he can't permit himself to not win.
To miss too many, yeah. And there's definitely been some money left on the table in this tournament already.
Schwach is saying, hurry up, Magnus, it's 5 a.m. in Australia. Magnus knows that. He's keenly aware of Australian time. I'm not kidding, because he likes Australia, and he keeps wondering what time would NBA games be shown in Australia if you spend the winter there. And it would be at good times. He's done the math. So he does speak about Australian time zones plenty.
Sort of cry me a river with your horrible Ashes timings, you know. The amount of times I had to get up at 3 to watch the first ball of the day is actually very low, but non-zero.
It's a touching story.
It is a very touching story. I once played a Russian Super Final in December while the Ashes were going on in Australia. That did not go well. Because I would like wake up at 6 and listen to the radio or whatever instead of trying to maintain some kind of a sane sleep structure. And it produced a delightful combination of my team losing every game and also me playing horribly in the one tournament I used to care about. Which is, of course, the best of both worlds.
Sorry to hear. So Australian time zones have played many a cruel trick on you.
Absolutely, yeah. Without cricket, Peter would also be 15-time Russian champion. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm claiming. Yeah, this is a draw now. This is not a draw.
Solendo is saying, we can blame the Earth's roundness. You keep your conspiracy theories to
exactly,
yourself.
I was going to say.
I checked with Kyrie. No such thing.
If only it was round, then you'd have a point.
Richie. He doesn't let go.
Yeah. There are some jumps available here, but I think White can very safely ignore it. Somewhat funnily, the compy after knight f4 just goes king c7, says, I don't care about that bishop on g2, stop pointing a finger at it. Nobody gives a damn.
Twitch chat user saying, if Earth was flat, Peter wouldn't have to wake up at 3. What time would he have to wake up if Earth was flat?
I don't actually know how to approach that question. I just realized. Bishop f1 is a good move. I'm very annoyed.
Flat Earth's biggest enemies. Is it on your bucket list to take a flight and arrive before you left?
I wasn't aware. How many of those options actually exist? Like, I'm sure there are some, but
probably not that many. It has to be a short flight, I guess, but it does exist.
Wasn't on the bucket list until just now, but might be on it after this very enlightening.
As close to a time machine as we can get.
Yeah. Bishop a3 played and Magnus went all the way back to c8, so how is he continuing after bishop e7? Isn't this just a draw now?
Oh, so there's no bishop on e7 here.
There might be a bishop on e7 here, though. Yeah, this is just a draw now.
It's going to happen. No, it looks fairly
straightforward. Niels is not going to search for anything stronger than this. It just everything disappears. You just play this rook c5 or bishop c5 or anything.
Anything to c5.
Just an immediate draw. Yeah. So Niels actually gets away with it. Well done to him. I mean, it definitely improves his tournament, but yet another game where it feels like Magnus, in better shape, would not have allowed Niels to escape this easily and this quickly. Was Magnus winning at some point? Winning is strong, but he was definitely much better more than once during the game. There was a young lady of right whose speed was much greater than light, so she set out one day in a relative way and returned on the previous night. Well played, Fast. Well played. Also, like, tremendous respect for knowing limericks which aren't absolutely unusable on a chess broadcast. I know one or two, but I'm definitely not quoting them on air.
Why not? Please. Peter.
No. Definitely not. Definitely not. Also, that was a very, very weird, what's the word? Chant. Didn't really sound like my name.
Didn't sound genuine, sorry.
Sounded vaguely offensive, to be honest.
Oh, that was not my intent. I apologize. Where are the suits? Mr. Dodgy, can you make Peter do this?
Yeah.
I'm sick and tired. Sorry. D3 on the board. Yeah, this game is over.
Yeah, this is just a draw, yeah.
Chat is very harsh with Magnus. Ain't easy pleasing chat.
Yeah.
What's he doing? He's trying to continue the game and pawn down. Where's rook a8?
Yeah. Yeah, chat is a fount of positivity once again, yeah. There's some nice limerick-related conversations going on in chat, which I really appreciate. Absolutely.
But Magnus doesn't get rolling just yet. And he also had a tough fight last year, no? Like, somehow. He's the record winner, I believe.
Yeah, I think he is, but
yeah, the last 2 years
hasn't been easy for him, yeah.
Fabi, another former Wijk winner.
Yeah, this is kind of dangerous territory now, because you will feel a lot of pressure to actually give up the knight now that the blockade has been broken. And bishop f1 was a very clever move. I think there was still a way tactically not to allow this, but Fabi still actually finding best shots, even in a position he knows is a draw. Quite impressive.
Someone has to make sure we get to stick around a bit. Flourish is asking, how come Niels Grandelius sounds like the name of a cartoon Disney villain? Does it? Like when you hear Niels Grandelius, you think of Cruella de Vil? To me, it doesn't sound like a cartoon villain at all.
I felt like I debated the chat enough to actually address the whole limerick situation.
Go ahead. Magnus probably has had enough.
Yeah, it feels
but
like
usually they like to do like takes, bishop g2, king takes, get rid of 3-pawn.
The suits are in uproar, calling Lawrence to replace Peter tomorrow. It's because you didn't reply when Jan asked when Jan asked whether I should do it or not. We actually asked for an opinion of the suits, and you were an over.
Peter, sometimes you also have to. The suits, they shouldn't have to spell out every one of their wishes. What do you think? Do you think they want you to do the 2 limericks, you know, on the air, or do you think they don't want you to do them? I think it goes without saying what the suits want. Draw.
Yes. So Fabio doesn't want to allow rook f5 check before getting before b5 before, and there I am using old style material, which is basically copyrighted by this point, I think, but the old before material.
No, that was good. It was double time.
If we are to actually discuss this position, maybe if we get the knight to like rook d1, rook d2, knight c1 is probably completely safe, because once again there are no checks from anywhere. And luckily for us, it's the b pawn, meaning that we are always happy with the trade of the bishop for a knight, even if we have to assume a very passive position after that. Yeah, this does seem to be completely drawn, because knight on c1 covers the a2 square, the rook on the second covers all the other squares. There is no checks. Black really has no way to make any progress. Yeah, this one is obviously completely winning, because if you give up the pawn on b7, the white pawns just queen, and if you give up that on g2, white is winning in a more technical way.
Still, it should be noted that he gave up the bishop.
He did give up the bishop, yeah.
Rapport just playing great chess.
So what will the standings look like with the results that we're expecting right now? Vidit is still on +2. He will be joined by Rapport and Mamijarov and nobody else, right?
Doesn't look like anybody else won, no?
Yeah. Fabian and Esipenko already drew.
Oh, that's surprising. That was fast.
Everything just came off, yeah.
Fabian seen that. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah, he realized the knight on c1 is kind of solid because he just...
Well defended by Esipenko. And that leaves us with the last game of the round. Richard Rapport in a winning position against Pragnanda with the c-pawns running up the board.
Those are eventually going to cost black more than a single piece, I would say. Prague, of course, well within his rights to continue checking, but I'm pretty sure he knows, just as anybody would in this spot, that this is hopeless. White could even spend a couple of tempi on bringing the knight from d1 to d5, and that would really illustrate just how bad things have gotten.
At d3 plate, the c-pawn shall keep moving.
Black is a piece up, you guys, says Hostpod. Yeah. Fair point.
Can we bring up the standings? If not, no worries, we can also...
Yeah, that's the...
Yeah, here we are. So in your mental picture, you can put Rapport in the 3.5 group. Magnus not far behind the leaders, but yeah, he'll be very unhappy to not be at least on 3.5 positions and the opponents he's had. Good news for Niels, stabilize a bit still. Not a great score, but could have been worse. Pragnanda won coming into this round, probably going down today, but he'll learn so much. What else is there to say? Yeah, Kayakin has not set the world on fire. Giri neither. Jordan, 2 wins, 2 losses. Duda should have more points as well. Here we are.
Those are the standings, indeed. While this game is still somehow continuing, but not for much longer.
What do we have tomorrow?
Yeah, let's take a look. Predictions time. Shankland with the white pieces against Prague. I am taking a comfortable draw for the youngster.
Interesting. No, I believe in Sam Shankland. I believe in America. I believe Sam will win tomorrow. Carlsen Rapport. Ooh.
Yeah. What else is there to say apart from the woo?
We need a prediction. It's predictions time.
It is predictions time. Let's go with draw. I don't know. Magnus eventually will. It feels like eventually he will start winning games in this tournament. He's gotten very close a number of times, but Richard has been playing really well. Feels like he'll be okay tomorrow.
I'm going with 1-0. Agree with everything you said. And Rapport played a great game today. That's Magnus with white. He won some nice games with white against Rapport. The one thing Rapport doesn't do is he doesn't lock people down. Not that that's easy to do against Magnus, but he doesn't play the Berlin, or he did play the Petrov the other day. He doesn't usually play these shutdown openings that don't allow any play. I still believe Magnus gets to play. he shall be able to win. Mamadiyar of Grandelius.
1-0.
Yeah, I agree. Mamadiyarov picked up 2 points from 2 positions where half a point. He could have complained a little, but not too much. Now, he must be feeling himself with the white pieces. He's tremendously dangerous. Neil's well prepared, very strong player. But the way things are going, that seems like the prediction.
Karakin against Jordan.
Draw.
That's a weird one, but yeah, draw feels like the way to go there. Vidit against Duda.
Draw.
Okay. Fabi against Giri.
Draw.
Yeah, most likely Giri just too solid. Fabi will probably push, though. It very much depends on whether there's still a game to be played after the opening. Again, with these guys, you sometimes just never really get to play chess. And
couldn't have said it better.
A Russian derby for the last game of the round. Dubov with the white pieces against the young'un.
Draw. Why is Dubov always white? Shouldn't he get some blacks as well?
Well, hang on a second. He had
a bunch of comfortable draws with black against Kayaki and against Fabi. It's just that his white adventures somehow stuck more.
That is true, yeah. But yeah, we kind of started off very, very optimistically with a lot of predictions for the white wins, but
yeah. First 3 will be 1-0 stand for draws. It's a good round.
Yeah, every round is a good round, but yeah, potentially could be quite exciting. Although, yeah, today, even though we will most likely have how many? Only 2 actually, yeah, less than.
Could have been more.
Could have been much more, yeah. At one point,
much action after 2 hours.
Yeah, looks like we could have a very, very exciting round. Well, still a good round, but lots of people held positions which they maybe had little business holding.
It's business time.
That's why they're called business socks.
Why?
Because it's business time.
I thought it's because when you're down to your socks, it's time for business.
Or yeah, to kind of.
Which in your case is not true. When you're down to your socks, it's time for traveling.
Well, I'm a business traveler.
Wow. Prediction: Rapport will not play the Budapest Gambit. Wow, push him, baby. That's a hot take.
That would be a very, very good effort, Neil, if not for the fact that he's not actually 3 pawns down. He has a piece for them. Other than that, stellar effort. Peter is mainly frowning because I got myself into this weird situation where I felt compelled to provide my limerick knowledge, and now people are horribly disappointed in me. And that is not something I was trying to achieve. Or maybe it was, who knows. Maybe I'm on a path of self-destruction and that was all a ploy. Yeah, good point, well made, Niz.
Any hope for Pragnanda?
Not really.
Pawns aren't queening yet, is the good news.
Oh, we go king a7 and then they actually do start queening.
They will one day.
Yeah.
Mess it up somehow?
Nah. It might just take a bit slower, but yeah, I don't think it's very likely you mess this up.
Try me. Yeah. Strong pawn. Socks on a plane. I have to confess, I never watched Snakes on a Plane completely. I tried, I haven't finished it.
I haven't even tried starting, yeah. I feel like the actual watching of the movie might lessen my enjoyment of the, of the knowledge of the existence of the movie. It's much better as a kind of a platonic idea of a movie rather than the actual movie about snakes on the plane.
Yeah, I feel that way about lesbian vampire killers.
Fair point. I've actually watched the previous yesterday episode, yeah, Lion Ping. It's surprising that, like, it's very slow, but kind of decent, I think, the entire thing, and I don't mind the slowness at all.
What are we talking about?
The Boba Fett series. The Book of Boba Fett. It's very meditative, and the flashback story is developing a lot faster than the actual story, but all in all, quite decent.
Yeah.
I started watching The Peacemaker, but that I didn't manage to finish until the show started, so that's what I'm returning to the moment we end the call. I think I watched Sharknado with Jan.
I'm not a big Trekkie.
I think we definitely watched Sharknado 1 and 2 together. I'm not sure about the rest of them. I think I may have even missed the rest of them.
Watched them together? I have no recollection of that.
I think so.
I've seen the first one for sure. I'm not sure I sat through the second one, but it could be. It's another one of those where the idea of watching them sounds like great fun. Sitting through the things,
Yeah, probably not really missing very much if you decide to skip it, but... And also, I think there's like 5 of them now, and I really don't know where they're taking it after like the first couple, maybe even the first one. But the first one was, the premise is idiotic enough to entertain, I think.
Yeah. But enough about Tata Steel round 5. Let's focus on... Ugh, I got nothing. I'm so tired. Sorry, Chad. I'm really sick. I can't sleep. I'm coughing all the time. My kids keep me up. My life is very, very tough. Not sure if you knew this.
I don't think that was ever in doubt.
Hope so.
We just did the predictions, Morgoth, but we can do a kind of a TLDR of predictions, which is, if you look at the pairings on Chess24, the first 3 games will be won by the player playing the white pieces, and the rest will be drawn. That's what we're going with.
Come on, Pragnanda. I have no idea if...
It's not his move, though.
Mufasa is still alive.
Yeah, what's the situation there? Has Lion King commenced?
Lion King has been launched. Nelly said she would let me know if there were any moments that were too scary. So far, seems all under control.
But doesn't she know it by heart by this point?
Yeah, she hasn't seen Lion King that often. Once or twice, maybe. Which, by little kid standards, even twice is not often. Like, they do enjoy the repeat viewing.
What's not to enjoy?
fair point.
I think
She's
I watched
hard to get to watch any new stuff.
That is true, yeah.
She knows what she likes, and she'd rather see The Little Mermaid again than taking a chance on whatever I want her to watch, which is fairly understandable.
Mm.
I made her watch Home Alone the other day. Turns out, way too early. Scary.
Yeah. There was a nice little thread on Home Alone I saw recently, which was basically that Kevin could have gotten. He didn't need to be home alone, right? He could have called the police at any point. And
yeah.
But he was like, he hunted those men for sport.
Oh yeah,
he wanted them dead, so he hunted them for sport. Yeah, that's one really messed up kid.
Also, he clearly is able to order pizza and go shopping and talk to the neighbor. Like telling any of these people, I'm home alone, would do the trick. I think there's the part where he sort of half-heartedly tries, but no. Anyway, Nelly was not a big fan because turns out thieves and people breaking into your house are scary. And it's constantly being brought up when I try to get her to watch something new, that I was also wrong about Home Alone. Then I list the many great things I brought into her life, like Encanto, or Bluey, or The Lion's Guard. But she does hold a bit of a grudge. Might be two.
Yes. Machine is very much in agreement with this.
Hi Nelly. Ich glaube ja. Guckst du noch König der Löwen? Nein. Warum nicht? Schon fertig der Film? Okay. Geh schnell oben auf Toilette. Ich habe keine Zeit, lauf schnell. There you go. Movie's over. Nelly has to go to the bathroom. Looking for company. Told her, nope. You're all by yourself.
Solid parenting.
So I do it. This is just over as well, yeah?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, knight b2 is a very clean move. Now, we even threatening c8. We don't really care if the c4 pawn gets lost, if everything comes off and the rook is on b2. And yeah, knight c5 check, king anywhere is completely lost. b6 anywhere. c6, whatever. People are asking if you've shown any Miyazaki animations, but I think it's maybe a little bit too early for Miyazaki.
What's Miyazaki again? My Neighbor Totoro and stuff like that?
The walking castle and yeah, the rest of it. I have a huge folder, but I haven't watched too many of them, and I actually get lost with the names a little bit. But yeah, I think he's gonna be a bit scary for a child her age.
Yeah, I don't think we've watched any of those. I watched Spirited Away, My Neighbor Totoro, Prince Mononoke. I think we started watching My Neighbor Totoro, but she wasn't very interested.
Hmm.
Rapport. Rapport could be a big Studio Ghibli guy. That's how I picture Richard Rapport. Sitting at home, rewatching Spirited Away, while drinking a glass of white wine.
Yeah, sounds very possible. Yeah, not very much is happening in the challengers, looks like. Yeah, Arjun ended up winning. Not a shocker, he was sort of winning throughout. Although at some point it looked like it might become a bit trickier. Don't know if it was actually a draw or not, but there was a specific point there where looks like Volodar could have defended better. So he is leading with he's leading a full point ahead of 1 win, and then there's a couple of people, 3 people on 3 out of 5 in the challengers. 1 win is on +2, and Arjun started with a draw and then won 4 in a row so far. And he is playing. Who is he playing tomorrow? He is playing. I can't read. What the hell is wrong with me? He's playing white against Surya. Don't know what the relationship is there and if there's any relationship at all. Is Surya his coach? Or at least one of his coaches?
I have no idea.
Yeah. Mapping out the current Indian coaching situation is very tricky. There's so much coaching going on involving so many people that, yeah, I think if you're on the outside, you get completely lost. But it's very safe to assume that there's a lot of quality information being passed down from generation to generation.
Mm.
Yeah, might be 3 played. Most moves here that don't lose the rook probably win.
Chad, which decade do you live in? Germans stop everything. We have Netflix, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, and then you choose the language on the thing you want to watch. So
why do you
changing?
Why are you taking away our favorite, stereotyping tool that we've been using?
I'm just saying, when you go to the movies, you go to the movies with the original versions or with the German versions. So nowadays it's just an extra option. Other than that, it's not very particular to Germans. All bigger Western European countries like France or Spain translate stuff into their own language. And even this, I don't know if this is a hot take, I'm not sure. Because generally the consensus is that the smaller countries that don't dub movies, like the Scandinavian countries or the Netherlands to some extent, their English is much better because of that. First of all, I spent plenty of time in Norway. There's a lot of Norwegian stuff or dubbed stuff on Norwegian TV. So I'm not sure if that's changing. And secondly, I think with, all these streaming services, we can pick the language of the movie. At least in my bubble, it's very common for people to just watch everything in the original version, so that effect might be disappearing a little.
Yeah, I think it used to be true. I'm pretty sure it used to be true, but I think it should be diminishing with every year because of just how easy it is now to consume content the way it was supposed to be consumed. Although people are now claiming that, for instance, the Swiss Netflix is all entirely in German, which is extremely bizarre, and I wouldn't know why that would be the case, but Twitch chat has never lied to us, so we have to assume it's true.
It's like a strange thing. I have German Netflix where you choose the language, and I have VPN. So Swiss people with your German Netflix, use VPN to log into the German Netflix, then you can watch stuff in English. Boom.
Yeah. My life has actually become somewhat significantly worse in the last day or two because the VPN company I've been using, I actually had a family plan, because I wanted my kids to also use it.
Thing to have a family plan for.
Yeah, and it just died because Russians finally successfully chased it down and banned it. Not just banned it, but also made it unavailable, because it actually survived for a while, even while being on the banned list. But now they've won that particular battle, apparently, and I can no longer even connect to log in. And they seem to have done it to most of the bigger providers, so I don't know what am I to do now.
Sorry to hear.
It is very heartbreaking.
No, that sounds legit, like not so fun.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some solutions, and I will, but I will have to do some research and figure out what to do, because most of the larger ones appear to be on the list, and looks like they finally figured out how to not just say we were banning you, but also make them unavailable.
You could inquire if these video clubs with Michael Dudikoff movies are still up and running.
I don't think they are, sadly. That was a very, very fun time in my life. I think, it would be a very cool way if they were still running, because that would also imply I'm 15 once again or whatever. And that...
I like this construction, by the way.
Yeah. Rook c5 check may have been slightly counterproductive, because I don't think it goes very far from here. You can't stop b6, b7. It's just going to happen. Most things may never happen. This one will.
Chessing, serious question. Was Chess24 banned in China? I don't think it's Chess24 in particular, but yeah, I think you might need some VPN or some technology like that to access any of the chess playing sites we're accustomed to. And yeah, that was certainly an issue for Dingliren during the Champions Chess Tour to have a stable connection. Or at least that's my interpretation. That and the games starting at midnight and lasting till 5 a.m. G4, that is at least a move.
Doesn't really change anything. Yeah, just take and start pushing.
Push it good.
Yeah. Isn't there Chess24 CN? I don't know, but I have a kind of a funny story which probably lost its relevant
domain exists, but I'm not sure it changes much. No clue, actually.
Yeah, because at some point I participated in the purchase of the chess24.ru domain, and it was very cute, because the guy who bought it, he clearly bought it to sell it, so he was very willing to sell, but we chose not to do it. Like, I asked a friend of mine to do it from his email, so that the guy selling it didn't get any emails from Peter Svidler, which could have potentially inflated the price a little bit. And the guy ended up selling it to us for the price that we thought was reasonable. And then in the email saying, yeah, sure, we agreed on this, yeah, let's do it, he also gave us some advice on what he thought should be on Chess24, which was very touching. Because he said, I kind of like chess, and I had some ideas for this domain, so these are my ideas, thinking, see if maybe anything of that is usable. And his idea was to run like a chess news ticker.
Probably still upset.
Probably, yeah.
HG, take it, Richard.
Yeah. In yet another of those extremely bizarre computer lines, the second line of the computer here is b6 gh knight d1, which I'm, for some reason, I think it's late enough in the broadcast for me to really enjoy the fact that machine actually goes knight d1, knight f2 here, and says thou shalt not pass.
And this seems like a better decision.
Yeah, just take go b6. It's really, I can't even figure out what to calculate here. There's just like the king runs away from the checks so easily. I guess rook f5, rook f6 actually creates a bit of a question. Although not really, not even that.
Blobix, welcome. What took you so long? Let's hope this will last 2 more hours. I don't know, Blobix. I wouldn't get my hopes up. It's too many pawns here.
Yeah, feels unlikely. Feels like we might be reaching the end of it.
I'm also out of liquids in my coffee cups. It's not due to a shortage of coffee cups here.
Yeah. I have this kind of a situation developing at home every day because the flat is sort of divided into our territory and the kids' territory. And they constantly make themselves coffee and then take it to drink in their room and then never bring the cups back. So eventually somebody has to venture there and like collect 4 or 5 mugs from various surfaces and bring them back to be washed, because they just seem to be incapable of doing that by themselves.
You have to kick them out. They will never learn.
Yes.
How old are they now? They must be in their late 30s, no?
Pretty much, yeah. Still living in their parents' basements, yeah. It's shameful. And Prague has indeed resigned here.
In the end.
What is there to say?
That the real Yasser in the chat? Welcome, if that is the case. Secondly, why is Yasser not premium? Someone make that man premium. Also, you're late, Yasser. The round is over.
Yeah.
So, time for apologies.
Yes.
I would like to say sorry for all the interruptions today in the broadcast, also for my sickness and very low energy levels towards the end. I hope I can do better tomorrow. Peter, what are you sorry for today?
I am extremely apologetic for the profanity I used in Twitch chat while debating the comparative quality of limericks.
I would also like to apologize in case we bring on Lawrence Trent tomorrow. Because, just in case. But I would love to have Lawrence on. I want to keep my ghosting streak now that he called me out. I want to keep it alive on WhatsApp, so I'm not sure how we can arrange it. So, Thierry, you'll have to talk to him if we manage. That'd be a very special delight for all of us. In the standings, we see Mamedyarov, Vidit, Rapport in the shared lead, Esipenko and Carlsen in close pursuit. Carlsen won't be happy that he didn't win today. Duda, Karana, Van Foreest will all have their own reasons for being unhappy with things, just as Anish, Daniel Kayakin. Who's happy? No one's happy. Looking at all these names, everyone will be unhappy with the tournament. Duda, Karana, Jordan, Anish, Dubov, Kayakin.
I think Vidit is okay. I think Vidit is pretty fine with how it's going. But apart from him, yeah.
Other than the top 3, maybe Esipenko is all right with the way things are going. Then 5 till 14. I don't know. Pragnanda might be okay because he won a game yesterday. Oh, the day before yesterday. Other than that, they'll all be sad.
Yes. Which is the human condition. And as such should be expected and embraced.
Thanks for watching. A small reminder, you can still join one of the teams in the Chess24 team battles. Although we got kicked out yesterday.
Yeah.
Very, very sad. And
you can join any of the teams, but you should join Team Ellen.
Why? They kicked us out. Is this the thing that if we're going to lose, we want to lose to the champions? Should we try to sabotage them? Join someone else and beat Team Ellen. But we only know the code for Team Ellen if you know it.
I think that's mainly it. Yeah.
Ellen 40.
That is mainly it. All right. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
But
that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Welcome to the new Chess 24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game and get paired with players from around the world fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.